So just a few points of business here before we get started. For the main sessions for today and tomorrow, we'll be using the Zoom webinar platform, which is what you're currently logged into. And so obviously, if you're logged in, you've used the link provided in the registration materials. As I mentioned earlier, you can post questions to the speakers using the Q&A function. And these presentations are being recorded, and the slides are going to be made available to all meeting registrants at a later date. The panelists who are participating in this session should turn on their camera when they are participating in that session, so that the virtual audience can see you. Be sure to turn off your camera once your session is ended. And the moderators, we need to make sure that we keep the session on time. When we do the technology breakout sessions later today, we'll be switching over to Zoom. So please use the other link provided to join. We'll be posting that link when we get to that point in the meeting presentation. Once we get to the breakout sessions, there's 6 different sessions. So choose the technology breakout sessions that's of most interest to you to attend. When you're in that session, please keep your microphone on mute. There'll be an initial presentation by the moderator of that session, and then we'll open up the session for some discussion and post your questions in the chat function so that we can generate a discussion. Once we finish that discussion, the breakout session will be given a series of questions in the form of a poll to complete online during the session. And during the wrap up, we will aggregate those results and share them with the group. The breakout sessions are not going to be recorded, but the presentation slides that are being shown in each of the 6 breakout sessions will be shared. Once we finish the breakout sessions, please return back to the Zoom webinar platform. That's where we are right now for the remainder of the workshop. So next slide, please. Great. So take it away, Sheila.
Awesome. Thank you, Pat. Welcome, everyone. We are very excited to be hosting our 3rd stakeholder engagement workshop and really appreciate your interest in this program. As Pat mentioned previously, we have a great set of speakers and breakout sessions over the next couple of days. So by way of introduction, my name is Sheila Rao. I am one of the project managers supporting this program. And later today, you'll be also hearing from my fellow project managers, Jillian Ramsdal and Chris Haas, who are also our project managers supporting this program. Our program manager leading the program overall efforts is Regina Gaylor. Next slide, please. So we wanted to start with the why, what our program vision is, and some of our objectives. So the clean energy demonstrations on current and former mine land program will fund projects on mine land to benefit communities and really boost their economies. It will also create good paying jobs and reduce the carbon pollution and greenhouse gases. In addition, we want to demonstrate clean energy projects that can be replicated not only across the country, but also long past this program's lifetime. This is important not just to boost the community's economic benefits, but by developing projects on these mine land, both active and post-closure, it will reduce the development of projects on our more sensitive natural land areas. Next slide, please. Thank you. So dive into the program details. I'm sure you're all eager to see this slide. So the program has $500 million that should be appropriated and available through 2026. It will be up to 5 clean energy projects, with at least 2 being solar. Like I mentioned earlier, there's a very large emphasis on the economic benefits that this program will bring. And actually later today, we'll have a colleague from our energy justice team to speak more about the importance of this. And in terms of the estimated application opening date, we're anticipating and aiming to get the funding opportunity announcement next year in 2023. Next slide, please. So what is a project defined as? So under the bill, the Clean Energy Project demonstrates one or more of the 7 listed following technologies. So not to go through all of them, but some of them include solar, geothermal, microgrids, energy storage, and the several others that are listed there. Under the bill, mine land is also defined as land subject to the SMECRA or the mining law of 1872. So that includes active, inactive, abandoned, public and private, and coal and hard rock. Next slide, please. So once again, we're very excited to be hosting the stakeholder engagement. We've had 2 previously, and they've been very productive, a great insight. So we're really hoping that out of this, you, our audience, comes out with more thorough understanding of what this program entails. But also, we do have a diverse set of speakers here today, developers, nonprofit community organizers, mining companies, to really help foster a discussion on how we can deploy successful clean energy projects. So we're here looking to listen to your expertise, get that feedback, so that we can help further guide this program's development and success. We also have a bunch of DOE, OCED, lab folks listening on today's workshop and participating, and we're going to be taking notes and listening into the discussion so that we can utilize that feedback and, like I mentioned, further provide us input to further develop the program design. Next slide, please. So in a few moments, you'll hear from Melissa Kumbara, who is our director over portfolio strategy at OCED. But wanted to first kind of give a brief kind of background about this newly created office. So OCED, or Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations, is a very new DOE office. It was established in December of 2021 after the passing of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. It's a technology-neutral project management hub implementing a variety of clean energy demonstration projects at scale. So hopefully you can somewhat see the org chart there, and you can see that the Clean Energy Demonstrations Program on current and former mineland is one of several different, several demonstration programs under this OCED umbrella. So without further ado, we'll introduce Melissa to take it away and give a little bit more information on OCED.
Great, thanks, Sheila. So we're sort of the new kid on the block as a program at the Department of Energy. And as Sheila said, we were stood up. We're actually authorized under the Energy Act of 2020, but then we received about $21.5 billion under the bipartisan infrastructure bill, with an additional $5.8 billion that recently came under the Inflation Reduction Act, along with a lot of really exciting kind of tax credits and other incentives related to clean energy to help shore up the market. So that was really great to see recently passed. And so one of the reasons that OCED was set up is to be a center of excellence for large scale demonstrations of new technology. DOE has had a history of doing large scale demonstrations in programs that I've worked in the past, like the Biorefinery Technology Office, but also offshore wind and carbon capture. And so the intent of setting up this new Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations is to really take a lot of the lessons learned and help provide the better kind of guidance for how we want to scale and demonstrate new technology, and really get kind of catalyze a lot of the follow-on investments that we're going to need to see in the private sector in order to achieve these targets that we've set for net zero grid by 2035 and net zero economy by 2050. And so that's sort of the motivation behind OCED and what we're trying to accomplish here. So if you go to the next slide. You may or may not be familiar with the Department of Energy, but we have a pretty broad kind of mission space along what we call TRL, or technology readiness levels. where we have within the Department of Energy, we have Office of Science, which is really kind of very early stage science at, TRLs 1 through 3. And then we have applied offices, which you may have worked with in the past, like the Solar Energy Technology Office or nuclear or geothermal, and the energy efficiency, renewable energy offices that really play in that applied R&D space. And then we have this new office of clean energy demonstrations that is really filling the gap from when kind of technologies have been piloted at an industrial relevant scale and are ready to really get to commercial deployment, but it's really first of a kind, second of a kind technology that there isn't enough confidence yet in how the technology might perform at a significant scale, at a certain level of integration, to kind of unlock follow-on investments, either through the loan programs office or through the private sector, and getting to that kind of capital formation needed to really start to kind of replicate the technology more broadly, because we've proven out not only the technology, but the business cases for how that has kind of a value proposition behind the technology. So what we're trying to do in OCED is there's a lot of risks that kind of fall within kind of those first of a kind demonstrations and really kind of building the confidence in the private sector. And so we've been thinking a lot about how we do project management oversight and how we manage those risks through kind of this phased approach. So if you go to the next slide. So Sheila kind of laid out, we have a diversity of technologies that we're really working to kind of demonstrate in the Office of Clean Energy demonstrations. And so we came up with this phased approach. It's not meant to kind of frighten you or scare you because there's sort of a lot in this slide, and I'll try to walk you through it. But it is a way that we really want to kind of make sure that applicants are ready to be able to get to a project demonstration scale, and that they've done all the prior scale work through piloting, that they're ready to kind of design this, first of a kind or second of a kind facility, that they have the right team in place, that they have the financing in place, they have offtake agreements, that there is sort of an ongoing sort of business strategy for how this facility would continue to operate beyond the performance of the project. And so these are not meant to be demonstration facilities that are decommissioned. The idea is that they would operate hopefully in perpetuity and provide some beneficial, clean energy generation or other types of kind of clean energy support to communities to get to these decarbonization goals that we're trying to achieve kind of writ large. And so you see in the application phase kind of like what we're going to be looking for generally in the readiness of projects that are ready to go, and then how we're going to be managing kind of risks as projects finalize their engineering design, get the permitting, offtake agreements, and then they're ready to be, constructed and then operated. And so there's a lot on this slide. And we know for certain provisions, it's not sort of a cookie cutter approach where we have different technologies like advanced nuclear. And we also have kind of a variety of technologies working with different types of communities like rural and remote, and also on current and former mine lands. And so we know that in trying to execute projects like this, there is a lot more kind of capacity building that we're going to need to do on the front end to kind of help communities and that want to apply for financial assistance to develop clean energy on mine lands, to help them navigate this process and to do some kind of upfront technical assistance to support them. As well as we understand, working with the federal government can be onerous. And in addition to that, there's a lot of reporting requirements, administration requirements, and the cost share probably most comes up a lot. And so the point of this is to get your feedback on the type of support that the point of these workshops and the RFI that was out on the streets is to really kind of get your feedback on the type of technical assistance or capacity building that you might need on the front end in order to get to a point where you're ready to kind of do that project development for on current or former mine lands, as well as kind of the requirements that we have throughout these phases, especially, you know, people have brought up cost share a lot, but in other areas, and what you might need in order to really kind of get to a point where you're building and operating this project on current or former mine lands. So we really want your feedback. There's a lot to kind of take in on this slide, but that is my last slide, and I'm happy to kind of answer any questions or concerns, because this is really the point of these workshops, is to get your feedback and try to navigate in kind of how we do program design going forward with this provision. So I'll just stop there. And thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. So our next part of the presentation, my name is Chris Haas, and I'm project manager for the newly formed Minelands Group. And today I'm going to take a few minutes to present some ongoing information gathering and planning we've been working on through a pretty extensive stakeholder engagement process. Next slide. So here's more specifically what we've been doing to collect this information and why. Most of us are aware that mineland development for clean energy projects pose unique challenges, but also hold many opportunities and potential for reuse of these, resulting in greenhouse gas reduction, less natural areas disturbed, as Sheila mentioned earlier, and really some direct benefits to our communities. Therefore, rigorous data gathering is essential for our planning efforts and the execution of this program. Given this, OCED's focus has been to engage stakeholders directly, build and strengthen connections in state and federal agencies, and prepare and conduct a request for information, or RFI, to obtain a set of stakeholder feedback. Next slide, please. So the RFI was conducted this past summer from June through August. Questions address the following categories to obtain feedback on all aspects of this important demonstration program. We received about 84 responses, with the majority from project developers, followed by a fairly equal split from state and local governments, industries, and mine owners. From our review of this feedback, we feel we have a pretty good foundation, pretty excellent foundation of stakeholder information to advance our planning. Next slide. From the results of the RFI, many challenges were identified, as you know, with your experience with these kind of sites, which are summarized in this slide. Some of the ones mentioned most often include complicated ownership and mineral rights, difficulties in changing post-mining use, and especially challenging geotechnical and subsurface construction conditions. Others I want to point out, projects need to be large enough to produce an acceptable profit, and many of these projects are just too unpredictable for some of our for investment or financing groups. Next slide. So this slide presents a few ideas and strategies on how to address many of these challenges. Integrating future clean energy development with reclamation plans, for example, collaborating across the involved stakeholders and entities to find ways to lessen uncertainties and increase the profitability of projects. Also, to be innovative, co-locating projects, co-locating technologies, co-locating, for example, clean energy plants with data centers, and just to really have proactive engagement to get these projects suitable for or feasible. Next slide. So what's the end result of all this? Well, I would call it demonstration excellence. We want excellent projects. We want this to be a real big success. To do that, they're scalable, they can be replicated, and make good business cases, as well as direct benefits to the community and tribal nations in some cases, and really create high value with the available land and resources that we have with these lands. Next slide. So what's next for OCED? Continuing to solicit feedback. We're continuing these listening sessions that you'll hear more about throughout this workshop. Completing this workshop, and with the huge response for this, I think this will really carry the word out to a lot more groups around the country. And then the initiation of the technical assistance program. All this will lead to what Sheila mentioned is the funding opportunity that we will be releasing next year. Next slide. So at this point, I wanted to introduce my colleague, Jillian Ramsdahl, to present the technical assistance program.
Thanks so much, Chris. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jillian Ramsdahl. I'm a demonstration project manager for the Clean Energy on Mine Land program. I'm really excited to be here today, and I just wanted to quickly first thank all of you for taking time out of your week to join this workshop. Your feedback and perspective is extremely valuable for us and will really help us to design the most impactful program we can. So just thank you so much for being here today. I wanted to briefly share some information about a part of the program that I'm really excited about. NREL is now providing technical assistance on behalf of DOE to support communities and organizations interested in developing clean energy demonstration projects on mine lands. So this technical assistance is available for state and local governments, tribes, not-for-profit community-based organizations, and industry representatives. And this technical assistance can be broken down into three main categories. So the first is job creation and economic development. So this could be help identifying workforce or skills gaps relevant for projects, or holding structured conversations among stakeholders. The second category is greenhouse gas reduction potential. This includes assessing the technical potential for clean energy on mine land, or aligning development strategies with local government climate goals. And the final category is development of lower cost electricity generation, which could include high-level technology assessments for clean energy technologies at mine lands, or support navigating regulations, overlapping jurisdictions, and permitting processes. So this technical assistance application is now open, so you can scan the QR code here or go to the application page. I'll also drop a link in the chat in just a minute. And you're also welcome to email ceml.ta@nrel.com. We really want to hear from you, and we're happy to learn more about your specific situation and to help you figure out how our technical assistance opportunity could best support your efforts. And we'd also like to hear from you if there are technical assistance topics that would support you that we're not currently offering. So please reach out. We would really love to hear from you and any feedback that you may have. Next slide, please. And with that, thank you so much for your attention. If you want more information, please visit our website, and you're also welcome to email mineland@hq.doe.gov if you want to get in touch with me or the other project managers. Thank you.
Can you see the video, or do I have to reshare?
We can see your whole desktop.
Okay.
So maybe just maximize.
Thank you to the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations and the U.S. National Renewable Energy Laboratories for organizing this workshop. My name is Jigar Shah, and I am the director of the U.S. Department of Energy's Loan Programs Office, or LPO. Thanks for allowing me to take some time today to chat about a new loan guarantee program here at LPO. the Energy Infrastructure Reinvestment Program, or Section 1706 program, that could be of interest to potential applications to this current and former mine land provision at OCED. The Loan Programs Office is a lending platform that provides loans and loan guarantees to promising projects that the private sector cannot or will not fund. To date, LPO is primarily focused on financing next generation U.S. energy infrastructure and advanced vehicle technology, serving as a bridge to bankability for breakthrough projects and technologies and de-risking them across the stages of commercialization so they can reach full market acceptance. The Inflation Reduction Act makes the single largest investment in climate and energy in American history, putting the United States on a pathway to achieving the Biden administration's climate goals, including a net zero economy by 2050. IRA appropriates approximately $11.7 billion in total for the Loan Program Office's existing programs to support issuing new loans, increasing loan authority in these existing loan programs by approximately $100 billion. IRA also creates the new Energy Infrastructure Reinvestment Program to help retool, repower, repurpose, or replace energy infrastructure that has ceased operations, or to improve the efficiency of existing energy infrastructure. Unlike other LPO Title 17 loan guarantees, these projects do not have to be innovative. This program therefore expands LPO's loan programs beyond innovative technologies with the core goal of reinvesting in energy infrastructure and avoiding, reducing, utilizing, or sequestering air pollutants or anthropogenic emissions of greenhouse gases. Projects that leverage energy infrastructure that produce energy from fossil fuels will be required to have controls or technologies to avoid air pollutants and greenhouse gas emissions. In addition, the scope of a project under the Energy Infrastructure Reinvestment Program may include remediation of environmental damage associated with energy infrastructure. IRA appropriates $5 billion of credit subsidy to carry out this provision and a total loan cap of $250 billion for this new effort. This authority is available through September 30th of 2026. I will note that this loan program is separate and distinct from the OCED provision that you're here to talk about today, but it does present an opportunity for potential follow-on debt. Any federal support from the OCED provision would have to be separate and apart from LPO debt. LPO is currently in the process of designing and implementing the EIR program. We are participating in this and later listening sessions for this OCED provision to collect input on how this program should be designed. This input will be used to inform a forthcoming notice of proposed rulemaking. Last week, LPO released preliminary guidance regarding the EIR program application process. You can find that at energy.gov/LPO. In summary, if you have any questions about this program, thoughts on potential use cases or concepts, we'd love to hear from you. You can reach out to my team at lpo@hq.doe.gov. If you would like to discuss a project that aims to retool, repower, repurpose, or replace energy infrastructure that has ceased operations or make more efficient still operating energy infrastructure, please feel free to reach out to us. Again, thank you for being here today and for allowing me a few minutes to introduce this exciting LPO program. We're excited to hear your thoughts about it. Thank you.
Right. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
thanks.
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. So nice to be with you today. And thank you so much for joining us. We're really happy to have you here. My name is Catherine Clark, and I am one of the Energy Justice Liaisons within the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations. And so I get to work with all the lovely folks that you've been hearing from. Today, I'm going to just give a brief overview of why equity, energy, and environmental justice are really important as we begin to plan, design, and implement new energy infrastructure, including that is about this provision. And I'm also, in addition to that general background, I'm also going to give a brief overview and background on the Justice 40 initiative and how it's being implemented within the Department of Energy and specifically within the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations. Today, despite the amount of slides that I have, and I apologize in advance for how many times I'm going to say next slide, this is sort of only a high-level overview, so I encourage folks to go to DOE's Justice 40 Initiative webpage for a deeper dive, and I'll drop a link in the chat later for that webpage. Okay, so we're here today and we're talking about equity, energy, and environmental justice because we know that our energy system isn't equitable. Research shows us again and again that the benefits and the burdens of our energy systems are not shared equitably, often with Black, Indigenous, and people of color and low-income communities experiencing disproportionate negative impacts without equitable access to the benefits. And we see this, from choices that families have to make about whether to put food on the table or heat their homes, to the disproportionate outages that certain communities face during hurricanes and storms. We've seen a lot of that this year already. And how we've historically built out our energy system to concentrate impacts on frontline and fence line communities that are residing near those sources of pollution. So I want to start today with just a brief overview of a few examples of what this actually looks like in our communities today. And the big takeaway from this first part of my chat is that I want to really underscore that the focus and the priorities within this space of energy and environmental justice are really concrete and evidence-based. We have a ton of research to back this up. Next slide, please. So the first example I'll touch on briefly is energy burden. So energy burden is the percent of household income spent on home energy bills. And at high energy burdens, we see something called energy insecurity, which is basically the inability to pay for basic energy needs like heating and cooling and light. And we see that looking across the United States, about 1 in 3 households report household energy insecurity, which is already a really high fraction of US households. If we disaggregate this into different sort of socioeconomic and demographic categories, which is on the right here, you can see that this also varies based on income level. Could someone go on mute, please? Thank you. So we see that low income households face higher energy insecurity, as do Black or African American households and Hispanic or Latino households. Next slide, please. And of course, we see that the energy burden and energy insecurity is also higher in rural areas. So here, this data is broken up into several different regions across the US, and in every single one of these, we can see that energy burden in rural areas is higher than metropolitan areas or the regional average. So there's many ways, we can cut this data, but the whole point here is that the sort of burdens of high energy burden are not distributed equitably. Next slide, please. Another example that we can look at is exposure to air toxics. So this data is from EPA's 2018 toxic release inventory, and it basically looks at toxic air pollution and environmental justice metrics across many industrial sectors. And when we look at this data disaggregated, we can see that the distribution of exposure to air toxics is different in different categories, right? With minorities having a very high pollution burden compared to the average US population. Next slide, please. Okay, and the last sort of example of recent research I will touch on today. I appreciate everyone bearing with me through this. It's about clean energy access and rooftop solar specifically. So this paper looked at rooftop solar penetration, and they found that it was substantially lower for Black and Hispanic majority census tracts compared to white majority census tracts, even when controlling for income. And here I really want to underscore that we can't just assume that deploying clean energy is going to help address environmental or energy injustice if we don't explicitly center the needs of underserved and overburdened communities in our policies and programs. We're already seeing this happen in the rooftop solar space. And so if we really want to reverse these trends, we have to be really intentional and thoughtful and plan it in from the beginning. Next slide, please. And of course, as many folks on the call may be very familiar with already, we also have clear examples of how energy and environmental justice have intersected with mining. We've heard, and I'm going to talk about in a little bit, all the benefits that we can get from clean energy on current and former mine lands. But of course, we know there's a lot of existing and historical dynamics at play as well. And I think this piece is really important as we think about future projects, because we don't only have to think about, how a future development is going to impact the community, but of course, also really thinking about the legacy and historical and cumulative burden that communities have faced in these instances is really critical when thinking about future projects, both because of the impacts that can have, and also because the lack of trust and sort of social dynamics that can arise from that. So being really thoughtful about sort of the history and the legacy of these locations can be a critical factor for success. So while I just presented a few examples, and there's much more data out there, happy to talk at length about that. So just let me know if you want more examples. I hope this sort of demonstrates both the breadth and depth of how these injustices really persist across the United States, and also showing us areas where we can work to reverse those trends and make our energy system more just going forward. Next slide, please. So with that background of sort of where we're at today, our grand challenge is really how do we simultaneously transform our energy system while ensuring that it become more equitable and just. And to provide a framework for how to do this, we can look to the movements of environmental and energy justice. The sort of modern environmental justice movement grew out of the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s. And it has a robust history that's focused largely on conventional environmental pollution and corresponding harms to health, wealth, and livelihood. Energy justice is similar and really focuses about ensuring that the benefits and the burdens of the energy system, probably unsurprising because it's called energy justice, are equitably distributed. So it's really about, the goal of achieving accessible, affordable, clean, and democratically managed energy for all Americans. One thing I want to point out here, there's some common themes that we can see in both of these environmental and energy justice categories. And that is the process and the outcomes. They both speak to the importance and the sort of the fundamental nature of the process and the outcomes in energy and environmental justice. So in environmental justice, right, we have meaningful involvement of all people and ensuring the same degree of protection and access to decision making. In energy justice, there's that social and economic participation in the energy system and remediation of burdens on frontline communities. So when we think about how to implement energy and environmental justice, the process piece, who's at the table, who has power to make decisions that affect them, and what are the outcomes, what are the harms and the benefits, and who actually gets to see those benefits and who has to bear the burden of the harms. Both of those pieces are critical when thinking about advancing energy and environmental justice. Next slide, please. Okay, so now I'm gonna transition a little bit to the Justice 40 initiative. So within the federal government, the Justice 40 initiative provides us an opportunity to advance priorities around energy and environmental justice. The Justice 40 initiative was established by Executive Order 14008, and it seeks to provide 40% of the overall benefits of certain federal investments to disadvantaged communities. There is a lot packed into this sentence. And so I'm going to briefly step through sort of the three different chunks of this sentence, which is what are the federal investments that fall under Justice 40? What are benefits? How do we think about benefits and quantifying them or describing them? And what do we consider a disadvantaged community? And I'm going to be using the name or phrase disadvantaged community only because that is what is in the executive order. I know that doesn't resonate with anyone, but if I say that, it's because it's specifically related to this executive order. Before we dig into the details of these three different sections, I want to emphasize something about that middle one, that 40%, because there's often a lot of questions around this. So I'll just start with that one, which is this. Okay, it says 40% of overall benefits. So there's two things I want to emphasize here. Now, one is that 40% is benefits of certain federal investments. So that 40% is a broad umbrella, percentage. It does not correspond to individual projects. So this doesn't mean that, every single project, 40% of, the project has to be in or benefit a disadvantaged community. And it does not mean, that 40% of the projects have to be located in a disadvantaged community. It's really an overall federal level percentage. So that means a project could also be much more than 40%. It could provide 100% of the benefits to a disadvantaged community. Second thing I want to emphasize here is that it explicitly says benefits and not investments. And this is because, and I'll get into this in more detail, the Justice 40 initiative, that benefits is inclusive of, but much broader than direct investments. So it could include decreased energy burden, decreased environmental exposure, et cetera. And I'll dig into that in a moment, but I just wanted to emphasize those two things up front because that's where we get a lot of questions. Next slide, please. Okay, so starting with that first bucket, right? What federal investments count under Justice 40? The executive order was pretty explicit in defining what investments are covered. So it's any federal investment on the left side. So grants, procurements, financing, staffing costs, etc. In any program that touches on these areas on the right. So climate change, clean energy, energy efficiency, clean transportation, etc. And because of this, all of OCED's programs, including energy demonstration on current and former mine lands, are covered under the Justice 40 initiative because our work falls in these areas on the right and we do federal investments in one of the categories on the left. Next slide, please. Okay, so to support the implementation of the Justice 40 initiative, remember I said that 40% has to go to disadvantaged communities, and that phrase is specifically in the executive order. DOE developed a definition of disadvantaged communities that took into account 36 different indicators, and these range from fossil dependence, energy burden, environmental and climate hazards, and several categories of vulnerability. You can see the outcome of this process on the slide here. The blue is disadvantaged communities, and this definition also includes tribal lands, which are shown in green here. This website, which I can link to in the chat as well, that's listed on the bottom of the screen. You can access an interactive form of this map where you can zoom in, look at a certain location, and you can also download the raw data sets and the methodology that were used to come up with this definition. So highly encourage folks to go there if you're interested. Next slide, please. Okay, now we're to this benefits part, which I started talking about. And I said that it was much more inclusive than just direct investments, right? So not just where the money flows, but what is the actual impact of our projects? And to sort of help support defining benefits, DOE developed 8 policy priorities for the implementation of Justice 40. And these sort of speak to some of the benefits that communities have been asking for. This includes decreasing energy burden, decreasing environmental exposure, increasing clean energy access, access to low-cost capital, enterprise creation, clean energy jobs, energy resiliency, and energy democracy in disadvantaged communities. And so, of course, projects can have more benefits than this. This is not an exhaustive list, but these are the high priority items that we've heard communities ask for and are sort of a starting place for us when we think about what benefits our projects could provide. Next slide, please. Within the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations, or OCED, we're, as I mentioned, all of our programs, including clean energy on current and former mine lands, are covered under the Justice 40 initiative. And so that means at DOE that we have to work to make sure we design and implement our programs in a way that's aligned with the intent of the Justice 40 initiative. As one step towards doing that, all OCED funded programs are going to incorporate requirements related to energy and environmental justice in the Justice 40 initiative, community and labor engagement, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, and quality jobs and workforce development. And I'll step through a more detailed example of this in a minute. Another example of how we're advancing these priorities is through various technical assistance opportunities. We've heard about the technical assistance opportunity for this specific provision, and there are others as well that are sort of cross-provision, including the EJ TIC tax, which I will also touch on in more detail in a moment. Next slide, please. So I just said that OCED is requiring, elements of these 4 different pieces in our funding opportunity announcements. And these are sort of work together to form what we call a community benefits plan. So the community benefits plan has these 4 pieces of engagement, quality jobs, DEIA, and the Justice 40 initiative. As we've heard others say throughout the beginning of this, the purpose of this workshop and this webinar is to gather your feedback. And that includes, how we think about and how we ask about community benefits. To get sort of people's minds going on this, I'm going to talk through briefly one example of what this looks like in a recent funding opportunity announcement, which is not related to this provision. So I want to state that clearly up front, but it is publicly available. And so it's something we can look to as an example of how OCED is implementing this. Next slide, please. And when we think about developing these community benefits plan requirements, the way we intended to do this is really to help project performers move from a vision, sort of a broad, we think this principle is important, and maybe an initial assessment of the current situation, through developing really concrete goals and outcomes, and all the way to implementation. So we want to support people getting to a real implementation plan that will make a significant impact. And so the way we did this, next slide, please, is in each of these 4 sections, so engagement, jobs, DEIA, and Justice 40, is asking a series of questions, moving through that progression of vision, assessment to plan. So this is one example in the engagement section. I'm not going to read through all these, but you can see what they look like here. And again, this example is coming from a different FOA, so it's the Hydrogen Hubs FOA. And is just one example. And we would love to make sure that we get your feedback so that whatever we're able to design this program and this provision in a way that makes sense. So please, we welcome all the feedback on this. So this example for the engagement section, we can see mirrored in the 3 other sections. Next slide, please. We have quality jobs, workforce development, worker rights, and again, to that implementation strategy and resource summary piece. Next slide. And similar for diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, and the Justice 40 initiative. Next slide, please. So again, these are just one example of how OCED is thinking about implementing these priorities. And if anyone wants more information or detail on this, I'm happy to point them to the Hydrogen Hubs funding opportunity where this example is sitting. Next slide, please. In addition to including these requirements in the actual funding opportunity, we also developed guidance documents that provide a lot more detail on the process, the content, and some frequently asked questions about actually coming up with a community benefits plan. So I highly recommend taking a look at this resource if you want a sort of a deeper dive into these topics. And if anyone wants, it's kind of hard to find on the website, I'm so sorry, but if anyone wants a link and instructions on how to access this, I'm happy to provide that as well. Next slide. And the final piece that I want to talk about is technical assistance. We already heard about the technical assistance that's associated with this specific provision, but OCED is also supporting technical assistance programs that are sort of across provisions. And these are called, we're partnering with EPA. These are called the Environmental Justice Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Centers, or EJ TICTACs for a fun acronym, because we love acronyms. And these centers, it's sort of a hub and spoke model. So it's up to 100 million total to establish 5 to 10 centers across the United States. And really the focus here is to serve communities with environmental justice concerns and their partners. And so they'll provide a variety of services from training, assistance, and capacity building on writing grant proposals and navigating federal systems, to guidance on community engagement, meeting facilitation, and translation and interpretation services. The eligible entities for the hubs, so the hubs are the entities that apply to this technical assistance center program and then actually get, provide the technical assistance to the communities. Those hub entities include public and private universities and colleges, public and private nonprofit institutions, and intertribal consortia. The spokes, who can actually access the technical assistance at these hubs, is a much broader, more inclusive list. So that's local, tribal, and state governments, community-based grassroots organizations, underserved communities and organizations, rural and remote communities, and the list goes on and on. So a very broad list of folks who can access that technical assistance. The applications to be one of these hubs are due November 1st, which is pretty soon, but really encourage folks who think this might work for their organization to apply. And of course, technical assistance will eventually be available through these as well once the program is stood up. With that, next slide. Thanks so much for your attention, and really appreciate y'all being here. And I'll look in the Q&A now in case I need to answer any questions. So thanks so much.
Thanks very much, Catherine. So if folks have questions that they'd like the panelists to address, please post them in the Q&A session. And there are a number of questions that have already been answered in the Q&A session. Just wanted to highlight a few of these questions that were asked. One of them was, several of them were focusing on what sites are actually eligible under for the mine lands. And I was just curious if one of the OCED folks could address that question in terms of what constitutes a mine land that would be eligible under this provision.
Hi, Pat. Thank you for the question. So we will be also sharing the slides afterwards, just so that no need to memorize the answer here. But mined land is defined as land subject to SMCRA or the mining law of 1872. So this does include active, inactive, and abandoned mine land, as well as public and private land, and coal and hard rock. So that's kind of the overview, but our guiding kind of answer is if it's under SMCRA and or mining law of 1872, that's what we're using as the mining definitions. And also we'll be sharing these slides after in case we miss that later.
Thanks very much, Sheila, for that clarification. And once again, people, if you have questions, please feel free to reach out to the OCED team using the email that was provided in the chat. One other question that's been raised is who is eligible for the technical assistance that was described earlier on? And Jillian, do you want to maybe address that question and how people can go about reaching out for more information?
Yes. Hi, everyone. So currently the technical assistance is eligible to state and local governments, to tribes, to not-for-profit community-based organizations within areas near local mines, and industry representatives from either private or public companies. However, if you are interested in the technical assistance and you currently don't fall under these categories, I would really encourage you to reach out to me. You know, we're thinking a lot about what this technical assistance could look like, and we want to make sure we're helping you. And so we'd love to hear from you if you are currently not eligible, but think it could really benefit your efforts. So please reach out to me. I will drop the email in the chat again. Thank you for the question.
Thanks very much, Jillian, for that clarification. I guess if you could maybe perhaps discuss how groups who have interest in this program can learn more and can reach out to DOE for a one-on-one conversation in addition to email. Perhaps Chris or Sheila, you could address that particular concern of people who are interested in learning more about the program.
Yes, no, thank you, Pat. Great question. Yes, if folks want to provide feedback, engage in another listening session, we are happy to do so. I think we posted in the chat, if not, we will, but please reach out to mineland@hq.doe.gov with any questions, feedback. If you want to participate, like I said, in the listening session opportunity, we're happy to do so and get back to you.
And I would just add that I really encourage people to do this if they have a project and want to present to us. So we're happy to engage with you in a listening session. We may not answer all your questions, but we certainly will have questions for you. And I think it's very valuable service moving forward. So.
Yeah, I'll just jump in to kind of piggyback on what Chris and Sheila said. We really, really want to hear from you. Like, we have a limited amount of time right now before the FOA is released where we can try to hear from you, and we're trying to gather as much information and feedback as possible to make sure that we're designing the best program that we can. And we are doing listening sessions. So this is like more informal one-on-one sessions or small group sessions where we're listening to your concerns. And we really do take this feedback seriously. So please reach out. Again, the email is mineland@hq.doe.gov. Thanks.
Thanks very much for all that information. We really encourage people we had the RFI that we had 84 respondents to, but the OCED is really looking for additional interaction with all the stakeholders that are interested in participating in this program, and that one-on-one opportunity is really unique. As mentioned, once the FOA is issued, there's much more limited interaction that can happen between OCED and potential respondents to the FOA. So this is a great opportunity to provide feedback and insights to help shape the most productive program possible. Another question that folks have been asking is, will these materials be available, the presentation slide And we are planning on posting the slides that are being shown in this morning session, as well as the entire 2-day workshop on the OCED website at a later date. So please stay tuned for being able to look at the slides in more detail and digest all the materials that have been presented here. Any last parting thoughts, OCED team, on the opening set of presentations?
Thank you, Pat. I will just quickly say, once again, as Jillian and the entire team has echoed, we are very, we really appreciate your interest in this program. We're in that phase of listening and hearing from you. So with any questions, even if you couldn't get a chance to ask here today, if something comes up later on after this workshop, please do not hesitate to reach out. And Jillian and Chris, please jump in if I missed anything, and Melissa and Catherine.
I just wanted to quickly add that we're getting a lot of questions about eligibility for the program. We're still thinking about what the funding opportunity will look like. So we don't have a lot of very specific answers to these questions yet. We do know things like the mine land is defined as land subject to SMACRA or mining law of 1872. That we know. But these other questions around eligibility, we're still figuring that out. So I would encourage you again to reach out to the mineland@hq.doe.gov, and we'll get back to you as soon as we have good answers for that. Thank you.
And I'm going to add one more thing to that, is that some questions may require more thought than just, rapid fire like this. And we may also add to our answers as we go, because this is an interactive process, and it's pretty neat that we can get these answers out to you right away. But some of them may take a little bit of time because, well, we need to maybe confer with each other to make sure we answer them correctly. Thanks.
Okay, we've got a couple more minutes before we move to our next session. So please keep the questions coming on the Q&A. And if we have no further comments or feedback, we'll take a short break and reconvene at 9:15 West Coast time. It would be 12:15 on the East Coast. Any last questions or comments from the OCED team regarding this opening session?
I don't think so, Pat. Thank you. And
Okay.
any questions come up, yeah, we'll keep answering them.
Okay, great. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back in about 8 minutes. So thanks very much. Hello again. We're about ready to start our next session. The next session is going to focus on federal and state regulators, and the session is going to be moderated by Margaret Taylor. So I'm going to pass over the controls to Margaret Taylor, and if you can pull up the slide for these series of presentations. Thanks very much.
Great. Hi, can you all hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Great. Hi. My name is Margaret Taylor, and I'm going to be the moderator today for our state and federal regulator panel. We are lucky to have 3 panelists today: Lorenzo Trimble, Kyle Wentland, and Laura Strine. We'll just get started here. Let me just frame this panel a little bit.
And can you switch to full screen?
Yes, that's what I'm doing. Yeah.
Excellent.
And let me move this control out of there. Okay, great. So this is a very complex regulatory space, developing new renewables on active and closed mine lands. So I just thought I would start off this session with a little bit of a framework, first on the federal as well as on the state, tribal, and local framework. So on this slide, I'm just going to walk through some of the different federal agencies and laws that are involved in developing new clean energy technologies on mine lands. So we can start with the mine lands themselves. The laws include what we've been hearing about earlier: the Surface Mining Control Reclamation Act of 1977 and the Mining Law of 1872. The agencies involved in this include the Office of Surface Mining Reclamation and Enforcement in the Department of Interior. When we start with that, but we have to move on then also to include a lot of environmental protection laws that could come to play, including CERCLA, or otherwise known as Superfund. That's the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation Liability Act. There's also issues involving the National Environmental Policy Act. Endangered Species Act could potentially come into play, the Clean Water Act, Safe Drinking Water Act, especially with respect to the underground injection control in certain technologies rather than, say, the solar that are 2 of the 5. The Clean Air Act, Natural Resource Protection Act, the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Agencies involved include the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the White House Council on Environmental Quality. For land management, the laws that are relevant include the Federal Land Policy and Management Act, and the agencies involved include the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Corps of Engineers, Bureau of Land Management, Fish and Wildlife Service, the U.S. Forest Service, the Department of Defense, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and the Department of Transportation. In the electricity sector, the laws involved include the Federal Power Act, and the agencies include the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And then other laws that have come up, and most of this slide I've taken out of some of the public comments and to the RFI. But so these are raised by various stakeholders who are responding to that RFI, include the National Historic Preservation Act, the Geothermal and Steam Act of 1970, the Energy Policy Act of 2005. Agencies involved can include the Federal Aviation Administration, the Federal Permitting Improvement Steering Council, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. So there's sort of an alphabet soup here of federal agencies and laws that are involved just generally to surround the general space that we're talking about here. And on the non-federal level, there are a lot of different state agencies, depending on the state, that have similar and or coordinated mandates with some of the other laws and agencies I just mentioned. There's also tribal governments, which have their own agencies and authorities. On the local, for example, the county or the municipal front, you can have regulatory authorities who are responsible for planning and zoning, building permits, fire protection, air permits, and more. There's also industry standards and practices regarding environmental review, for example, phase 1 environmental site assessment, different codes. And then there's some interesting NGO-led programs out there, for example, the Nature Conservancy's Minding the Sun initiative. Okay, now that I've overwhelmed everybody with the importance of my panel and understanding state and national regulatory perspective on this, let's talk about who we have to help us think through our path forward through this mess. So we have 3 speakers today. We have Lorenzo Trimble. He's the National Geothermal Program Lead for the Bureau of Land Management. So he's very well versed in what's going on with clean energy technologies and land management. And how this could work with mines. We have Kyle Wentland. He's the administrator of the Land Quality Division of the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality. So he should be able to give us a really informed state perspective on how these projects could proceed. And then we have Laura Strine, who's the team leader for EPA's Repowering America's Land Initiative, who's been for many years working in areas of brownfield redevelopment and for clean energy technologies. So with that, I'll just say that Lorenzo and Kyle have chosen to not have much in the way of slides, but to really engage more with question and answer throughout their presentation. And then Laura has more of a slide deck presentation. The plan is for about 15 minutes for each of the speakers, and then Q&A to close out the time. So these are the symbols that I'm going to be flashing on my little pieces of paper here for each of the panelists. So when you get to the 2-minute mark, you will see this. I will be trying to hold it up to my camera as best I can, given the blurring. Oh, there, I'll figure out how to get it in the frame, right? There's another one for 1 minute. And then there's this where when we need to sort of stop to make sure that we stay on time, which is really important for a virtual workshop. Okay, so with that, I'd like to send the screen over to Kyle. So I will stop sharing, and because I believe I'm sorry, not Kyle, Lorenzo. I think Lorenzo has a couple of slides that he was going to speak through and will allow us to kind of structure our Q&A. So we'll be looking carefully at the Q&A, and Tim Meefsey will be helping to take notes, and I believe Julian will be helping to monitor the Q&A. All right, thank you, and I will start the timer.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lorenzo Trimble. I'm the National Geothermal Program Lead with the Bureau of Land Management. And so I was going to go over our leasing and permitting process, and then narrow in on geothermal leasing with regards to mine lands. So Margaret mentioned a couple of these in here. Let me get into presentation mode. Oops. Well, for some reason, it's not going into presentation mode for me. So hopefully we can just do it without presentation mode here. So just wanted to go over the authorities that we have and that we're charged with. And so we have the Mineral Leasing Act of 1920, and more importantly, the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969, or NEPA as we regularly refer to it as, the Federal Land Policy Management Act, or FLPMA, and another important one for us is the Geothermal Steam Act of 1970. There was an amendment to it in 1988, and then the Energy Policy Act of 2005 amended it considerably, especially with regards to royalty rates. And actually, one of the provisions that I'll talk about later with regards to mine claims also came from the Energy Policy Act of 2005. And then more recently, the Energy Act of 2020 amended the Geothermal Steam Act to allow for non-competitive leasing to a lessee of a producing oil and gas lease. So moving on to the next slide. Before we can do leasing in an area, we do what's called a land use plan. And this is required by FLPMA, or the Federal Land Policy Management Act. The geothermal process is very similar to the oil and gas process for land use planning. In a land use plan, we work to balance resource use and protection. So we protect some resources like plants and animals, sensitive species, migration corridors, just all sorts of things, paleontological resources, archaeological resources. And so we're working to protect a lot of things and make sure to have that framework in place in a land use plan. And we work to resolve conflicts, resource conflicts in our land use management plans as well. And these land use plans become the basis for resource allocations. And so resource allocations include things like identifying which lands are open to leasing, open to geothermal leasing, or open to leasing with stipulations, or closed to leasing. Some lands, some areas will be deemed closed to leasing, such as like a historic trail, like the Oregon Trail or something like that. Certain places along those trails that are well preserved would likely be closed to leasing. So, and then I did want to point out in 2008, the BLM issued a geothermal programmatic environmental impact statement, which amended 114 land use plans to incorporate geothermal leasing. A lot of the land use plans had not incorporated geothermal leasing in their planning. And so that amended 114 land use plans to incorporate that, as well as its improved leasing on both BLM and Forest Service lands. And that programmatic environmental impact statement is still very effective and not stale. So works very well for us. So once we've got a land use plan in place, then we can move on to leasing. And so the first part in the process is an entity such as any one of us on this call, a company, something like that, can submit what's called a geothermal lease nomination. And it's a form, and they submit that along with a filing fee of $120 plus 12 cents per acre of their nomination. So once the BLM receives a nomination, we enter that into our National Fluids lease sale system. And then we check the land status and prepare what we call a preliminary parcel list, which is then sent out to our field offices where there are nominated parcels. At the field office level, they conduct a lease parcel review process, and they look at those lands and compare that to their land use plan and make sure that it's compliant and in conformance with their land use plan. They apply stipulations to protect resources such as sensitive plants and animals. And they will also consult with other surface management agencies such as the Forest Service as necessary. Also engage stakeholders in public participation. So nearby municipalities, tribes, all sorts of entities are made aware of these actions and have a opportunity to participate. Once we've completed the lease parcel review, we put together a sale notice, basically a list of the parcels and the stipulations that apply to each parcel. And we post that at least 45 days prior to a sale. During that time, the public can protest specific parcels. And during that time, we work to resolve those protests, and then we ultimately hold the lease sale. And once the lease sale is held, I'll go over that process a little bit more on the next slide. And if any issues are bid on and won by a winning bidder, then we'll issue those leases. And rental rates for leases, for competitive leases, is $2 an acre for the first year and $3 an acre for years 2 through 10. And non-competitive leases are $1 an acre for years 1 through 10. And the royalty rate on our leases is 1.75% for the first 10 years and 3.5% after that. And that royalty rate was set by the Energy Policy Act of 2005. That's one of the things it amended in the Geothermal Steam Act. Our lease auctions are competitive, internet-based through a company called EnergyNet. They are a company that handles land leasing for all sorts of entities. Many states use it, and so it's a common platform. Bidding starts at $2 per acre. The highest bid wins. And any lands that are offered at a competitive lease sale that receive no bids are available non-competitively. First, they're offered at a day after sale. And if there are multiple offers for a specific parcel, we will hold a drawing to determine what offer gets the parcel. And then after that, day after sale, the parcels are available for a 2-year basis on a first come, first served basis. Our lease terms for leases, the primary term is 10 years. If a company or whoever has the lease conducts exploration, they can qualify if they've spent enough in expenditures to explore the lease. They can qualify for a primary extension of 5 years and then an additional extension of another 5 years. So, and then our lease size, the maximum size is 5,120 acres. Our average lease size is actually about 2,000 acres though, but each lease can be up to that maximum size there. A lease gives a lessee the exclusive right to develop the geothermal lease resources under that leased land area. And then a lessee pays annual rentals until they reach production, and then they pay royalties on the production. This slide here goes over the development process. So once a lease is issued, well, phase 1 exploration could actually occur with or without a lease. Probably more generally, we see more exploration, at least by companies, after they got a lease. We may see things like universities or other agencies, maybe USGS, may do some exploration activities without a lease. Exploration also includes temperature gradient well drilling, and these exploration regulations are outlined in our 43 CFR subsection 3250 regulations. If a company or entity so decides, they can then move to phase 2, and these regulations are covered at 43 CFR 3260, and a company would submit what's called an operations plan, which outlines their surface disturbing activities, where they want to put well pads and access roads. That plan is then undergoes a NEPA review. Typically, these are environmental assessment level NEPA documents for these. And once the NEPA is approved, then a entity would submit what's called geothermal drilling permits, or GDPs. And these are for wells that would be intended to drill into a potential geothermal resource to confirm the resource exists or not. If the company or whoever is the project proponent finds a resource and decides to move on to the next phase, phase 3, they would submit a utilization plan. And this is outlined in our regulations at 43 CFR 3270s. And that utilization plan outlines where they would put their power plant, transmission, pipelines, any additional wells, and that kind of thing. And that would undergo a NEPA review, again, typically an environmental assessment. Since this conference is about mine lands. I wanted to make sure to cover how geothermal can occur where there are mining claims. So non-competitively, at our 43 CFR 3204.5C regulations, the holder of a mining claim, so a mining claimant, may obtain a geothermal lease non-competitively. And that was a provision that was provided by the Energy Policy Act of 2005. Now, in the other case, competitive leasing, a third party could nominate lands for competitive leasing that overlay a mining claim. And I went over the leasing process. So that nomination would have to go through the lease parcel review process and then be offered at a competitive lease sale. And it would be available for anybody to win that parcel through the bidding process. And if an entity other than the mining claimant is the winning bidder, and they decide to develop that the geothermal lease over that mining claim, they cannot interfere with the mining operations. And I've just got a couple other slides here really quick. If I've got time, I'll just go over. This is just some of the statistics about our geothermal program within the BLM. We have approximately 428 leases encompassing 815,000 acres, 84 of which are in producing status, encompassing 102,000 acres. And we have 48 operating geothermal power plants, mostly in California and Nevada, but we do have a couple in Utah and one in New Mexico. We have a gross installed capacity of over 2,500 megawatts. In fiscal year 2021, these power plants generated over 9.8 million megawatt hours of electricity, which is enough to power approximately 1.3 million homes. Additionally, we've analyzed the total surface disturbance of all these geothermal activities on our lands, and it's approximately 2,430 acres of disturbance. And this means, just doing some simple math there, that approximately 535 homes are powered by 1 acre of surface disturbance associated with geothermal operations on federal lands. And according to our fiscal year 2019 Department of Interior Economic Contributions report, our program contributed 6,900 jobs and $2.05 billion in total economic contributions to the U.S. economy. The power plants within our portfolio have a capacity factor of approximately 73% in fiscal year 2020, and an average operational uptime of 94% in 2021, and generated over $18.5 million in revenue. And the Energy Policy Act also set forth a disbursement formula for geothermal royalties and rents, and 50% goes to the respective state, 25% goes to the respective county, and 25% is retained at the Treasury. And the Energy Policy Act of 2005 enacted that for 5 years, and that is reauthorized annually in budget legislation. So that's the slides I wanted to go over.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Why don't we move on now to Kyle? Because that's basically we're at the 15-minute mark. Thank you so much, Lorenzo. So what we could do is save questions. Maybe we can come back to questions from Lorenzo towards the end. Kyle, did you have any slides?
Margaret, no, I'm just going to speak from my notes like I did down in Golden. That's really pretty much the easiest for me right now.
Great.
Well,
you're
yeah.
Sideways to the camera, by the way, right now.
Yeah, that's probably as good as we're going to get. So.
Okay. All right.
A little limited for space today, so you get my best profile.
Excellent.
So yeah, I'm Kyle Wentland. I'm the administrator for the Land Quality Division in Wyoming's DEQ, or Department of Environmental Quality. DEQ is split into about 7 total divisions: air, water, the land division that I manage, which is the mining division for solid mineral, and then AML, industrial siting, administrative services, et cetera, and then solid and hazardous waste, I guess, would be the full gamut. So our Environmental Quality Act established the department back in 1973, and Wyoming has actually had rules on the books for mining since that time, actually just slightly earlier. So we've been regulating both 1872 lands for locatable, and then we also have leasable, non-coal mineral, and then also the coal is leasable under the current mineral status. So we've been regulating these operations, bottom line, about 50 years in Wyoming, and we have rules and regulations that manage that. I think what I'm going to do here is go over, like I did in Golden, with kind of the comments that we generated to DOE on this program. And there's 4 kind of key points out of those. And the first one is, and we think this is a critical piece to this or any similar program, is there needs to be a financial assurance or cleanup bonding requirement on any of these grants or projects, because the thing you do not want to have happen is have a community wind up or the state with a stranded asset at the end of this program with no cleanup funding. And right now, under the current program, we've not seen those provisions that are put into the process. So we do think that's a really important piece of this moving forward. And it also ties into the EJ issues, where if you're trying to cite these projects, you certainly don't want to leave those communities with that type of an asset and a cleanup expense. So that's one thing we feel pretty important. The second part of the financial insurance piece is how those bonds are calculated. It's one thing to require it, it's a second thing to actually calculate it accurately. Wyoming's had on the books guidance just for our mineland reclamation since 1996. It's called Guideline 12. It's a very detailed document that goes into exactly how to calculate a reclamation bond. And so it's twofold. It's one, requiring the bond, and two, then accurately calculating that bond so you have adequate funding at that time. And these types of projects are expensive to clean up because you have infrastructure, so you have demolition, decommissioning, and then final reclamation on those. So that's kind of the first thing. The second thing is we do have some experience with repurposing mine lands. The Dave Johnson mine in Converse County was a coal operation under the SMACRA provisions, post-law mine, and it was repurposed to a wind farm. And they did repurpose the shops and facilities there for assembly of the nacelles and those types of things, and the office complex. But when they got to putting the turbines in the ground, and this would apply to a large-scale solar as well, they had to drive piles 240 feet through the spoils to anchor them into bedrock for those foundations on those turbines. And doing that when you drove pile through the spoils, because spoils are an unsettled fill, it added enough expense that the turbines were all constructed outside of those two. They were all constructed in native ground outside of the mine spoils, just because of the expense of driving piles. So there are some engineering limitations, and the differential settling on these surface mine operations that takes place over time. You also have to consider that those aquifers are reestablishing themselves and those spoils are resaturating, so that differential settling is going to occur for a very extended period of time. So there are some engineering challenges there that need to be considered when you're putting one of these projects together. The third item was in Wyoming, our mine reclamation is some of the best. If you look out there and you take a look at how we've been doing it and the engineering that's been put into that over the decades, and what we've seen from that is the vegetation productivity is very high on the reclamation sites. And we'll take a good example here out of our coal operations. When we look at average daily gains on livestock, what you see in native rangeland is about 1.8 pounds per day in the Powder River Basin. And when you compare that to the active or completed reclamation, you're seeing 2.4 to 2.6 pounds per day on that same calf. So there is a question here when you look at repurposing mine lands. Do you really want to repurpose some of your most productive agricultural ground? So there's a value judgment here, and where that fits in the process, it's something that just needs to be considered as to what is that highest and best value of that land once reclaimed. And then as far as suitable locations, we do have a number of those sites in Wyoming, in particular when we look at things like direct air capture or SMRs in more on the nuclear side, where we have industrial scale power, we have interconnect, we have rail, we have road access, we have industrial water, and then even in the northern part of the Powder River Basin, we have the Carbon Safe project in CCUS that could be tied in jointly to some of these projects. So repurposing some of those facility type units has good viability. We see those as high priority potential sites in this type of a project. Now, all that said, there is some components of this projects that tie into the federal and state regulations here. And one of them is on the Infrastructure Act and the 40-30-42 2JA. It actually directs the director of OSM and the administrator of EPA to consult through the Brownfields Office of EPA. The problem here is that reclaimed mine lands, once they're reclaimed, once they've met all of the federal standards, and I'm just going to use coal as an example, but the state lands or the state regulatory program has similar requirements for non-coal facilities. But once they've met all those, it's not a brownfield. You have released bond, you're through phase 3 reclamation, you've terminated jurisdiction on those lands, so they're not brownfields. You are repurposing ground that is no different than open rangeland out there. So there's an important distinction here in how you apply those funds and how that fits in. And that also ties into the a little bit of a conflict with the 4401 under the Inflation Reduction Act rules, where you have a qualified facility that is locating in an energy community to a brownfield site. And this is where if the mine closed December 30th, 1999, or the power plant closed December 30th, 2009, there's additional tax incentives here or relief for a developing company if they locate near one of those closures. The problem is in Wyoming is if you look at the Dave Johnston operation that I referenced earlier, that closed in prior or after 1999, so it would qualify under this. But the way that drawing is done, it's on the census tract for that eligibility under that. And the entire county of Converse County, which is a very large county in Wyoming, it probably approaches the size of 50% of some eastern states, would qualify. And I don't think that's really what was intended here under the IRA. So how those things are applied to this are really important. And back to the brownfield item, just to kind of close on that, if you look in the 9601 federal regs, the term brownfield site means specifically real property, the expansion or redevelopment or reuse, which may be complicated by the presence or potential presence of a hazardous substance, pollutant, or contaminant. Those reclaimed lands that are post-law do not have that or they don't fall in that category. So you just really how this funding applies here, there are some conflicts and hurdles in the law that need to be addressed and thought through. That said, there is a path on these, and particularly, again, I'm going to use coal and SMACRA lands. There is a path here to do this, but that path is you have to remove those lands from the active coal permit. And there's only two ways to do that. One way is you do the termination of jurisdiction. The land meets all phase 1, 2, 3 requirements of reclamation. there's termination of jurisdiction, and you carve that parcel of land out of the coal permit, which can be done. The second one is you can repurpose those lands to industrial. That requires, again, a carve out of the active permit, and this applies in Wyoming to the non-coal facilities as well. You can carve that out of the active permit and repurpose that land to an alternative use because you're changing the post-mining land use. In Wyoming, those land uses are primarily livestock grazing and wildlife. It's a joint use. So you can do that carve out, but that does require public notice and public engagement when you do that. So there is a path through to solve that regulatory hurdle, but those are the two things that have to take place, one of those two options, in order to make that happen. The other thing that's a little complex out here for us is the contemporaneous reclamation rules. We have been approached here in Wyoming by a couple of facilities that want to potentially develop on those lands and defer reclamation. You can't do that on coal operations, and it would be difficult under the Wyoming state regulations for non-coal. And in coal, it's in SMACR under 816-100 because it requires contemporaneous reclamation, which means reclamation as reasonably as practicable. So you do not have that option to repurpose the land and delay reclamation under the SMACR rules. And then the last point I would bring up is a lot of the surface, even in the Powder River Basin, it's a very minor, about 8% amount of the land is actually federal surface. So most of it is private surface. It's complex ownership has been brought up earlier, and there are reparation rights to some of that land by some of these landowners. So it is key that you take a hard look at the land ownership and how that works. And you're applying for these programs, you structure it accordingly with that. And with that, Margaret's telling me I'm about out of time. So I've had a couple other items, but I can certainly address those if there's some questions, and hopefully that's helpful for you.
So that's great.
Oh, just a quick question for Kyle before we move on about the wind project you talked about. Is there any publications that people can refer to on that?
You know, there was a lot of press over that, Jillian. At the time, it was in, it happened in about 2005-06 is when they really started to develop that. It's the Dave Johnston mine. It's outside of Glen Rock, Wyoming. It was a Pacific Power operation.
Thank you.
There's another question in the Q&A, but maybe we'll hold off on that one until the larger panel. Thank you so much, Kyle. That was really, really interesting and helpful. I have a bunch of different thoughts about this. Thanks again. So let's switch over to Laura. Laura, are you able to share a screen with your slides, or would you like me to load the slides that I have and you just tell me when to advance? What would you prefer?
Hi, Margaret. I believe I can share my screen. Let's give it a try.
Great.
I'll need to swap. Can you see my full slide?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay. Excellent. Well, thank you so much. My name is Laura Strine. I work for EPA's Repowering America's Land Initiative. I'm the team leader. I have 25 years of experience in the environment and energy world. Thanks to Inti and Margaret and Department of Energy for allowing me to present some of our material today. EPA encourages renewable energy redevelopment for many reasons on contaminated lands. You can see here, there are lots of reasons why. And the one that we hear the most about is protecting and preserving open space, which we've heard a couple of times already today. EPA's Repowering America's Land Initiative is part of EPA's Office of Land and Emergency Management, or OLEM. OLEM is best known for the Superfund brownfields and, in this context, the Abandoned Mine Land Program. And as it relates to former mines, EPA conducts cleanup actions, engages with state and federal agencies to coordinate cleanups, and EPA pursues innovative reuse options for mines and other contaminated lands. So in that context, EPA's Repowering America's Land Initiative focuses on several areas. The initiative focuses on 4 technology types: solar, wind, geothermal, and biomass. We have examples, success stories, best practices. We have our mapping tool and technical assistance. And we have amazing regional contacts. If you go to our website, you will find all of this information, including the contacts in your state. So we have 2 outstanding team members who have been helping with mine land and renewable energy related activities. Tim Rader in our Region 8 office at EPA has been helping out, and also Karen Irwin in Region 9 has been working with Nevada and the Nature Conservancy. So EPA sees hundreds of thousands of opportunities for renewable energy in the United States, and mines have some common characteristics with some of the success stories that we see. We see that all of the details at these sites really matter. So we have hundreds of thousands of sites that have been mapped on our repowering mapper. The National Renewable Energy Lab helped us with the renewable energy layers on this map. And I just want to say, it is really, really important to note that sites have to consider proper planning, engineering, construction, operation, so that the development does not interfere with the cleanup or increase threats to the environment. There are hundreds of thousands of sites, as we mentioned. If you take the total acreage, about 39 million acres, if you take about 10% of that, we calculate about 78,000 megawatts of renewable energy potential. Of course, this is just potential and doesn't consider all of the aspects of development. There's a lot to be considered in terms of the market and the economic potential of each site, but it does give sort of an order of magnitude of opportunity for contaminated lands as alternatives to greenfields or open spaces. So you can see here, there are thousands of mine land sites and millions of mine land acres that are included in the repowering mapper. We also track and publish details of hundreds of projects across the country. The most popular is solar on landfills. That alone produces 882 megawatts of installed capacity. This map is actually being updated as we speak, and this week we are going to be republishing our tracking matrix, which is where this information comes from. So please check out our website, sign up for our listserv, and you will get the update on our tracking matrix publication. So I also would like to encourage folks to look at landfills for examples. They aren't exactly mines, but they have some of the same challenges, and in many cases, developers have overcome these types of challenges. So you can see hundreds of project examples. And as to the last question, the Dave Johnston wind site in Wyoming is a listed site example in the project tracking matrix. So please check that out. You don't have to wait for the new one actually to see that information. You can see it in the old one as well. So most of the projects are around 5 megawatts in size. Of course, the wind projects are much larger, but because most of the projects that we track are solar on landfills, they are around the 5 megawatts. In terms of site types, again, we see landfills as the most frequently developed type of site. Also, we see brownfields, Superfund sites, and 24 renewable energy projects on mine sites. We're also tracking an additional 20 planned renewable energy projects on mine lands. And so learning from landfills, Repowering America's Land Initiative released the best practices for solar on landfills report this year. This was an updated report. You can check it out online. I have the link below, but this is just one of the highlighted tables from that best practice report. And landfills are really well suited for solar for a bunch of reasons. One, they're located near critical infrastructure oftentimes, including electrical transmission lines and roads. They are also often flat, large areas with minimal grade needed for siting solar PV structures. And they also offer land oftentimes at lower costs when compared to open spaces. So mines will have a lot of commonalities with landfills. However, there are some features that many mines may have that will pose challenges to developing renewable energy. The primary one is probably being located near areas with high energy demand. So I would like to actually put a plug in here for the opportunity to examine the challenges specific to mines and apply those lessons learned to larger sets of sites. And we also look at reported benefits. We have stories of common benefits in our benefits matrix. I understand job creation is one of the DOE's key goals with this new initiative. We have examples of jobs and revenue. You can see here, we have 52 projects that report job creation. And for example, the Castleman Wind Project in Pennsylvania reports $245,000 per year of economic benefits to the region. That is a 34 megawatt project in Pennsylvania. So we've done quite a bit of work on state policies at Repowering America's Land Initiative in the last couple of years. We see here on the map, the orange states have financial incentives and streamlined permitting policies. The blue states have financial incentives, and the states with no color have no policies. This is also being updated in our new tracking matrix. But you can see there's a correlation between policy incentives and the number of projects that have been developed in a state. And renewable energy developers also tell us that they develop oftentimes in states with these kinds of programs. They say that the state policies and programs can reduce cost and improve the timing and the complexity of the project. So these are some statistics. When we looked at the policies, we also looked at solar PV capacity installed. You can see that there are 3 states that are really out in front, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and New York, as compared to the US total, which does also include those states. So we also have EPA, call on other EPA examples. This is an example from the Superfund redevelopment program called the Elizabeth Mines Superfund site. This is an example of a 7 megawatt project that included grid upgrades. And I think it's really interesting, and potentially we could examine why the grid upgrades were economical at this site and apply that to other projects. There's also a microgrid project that might be of interest, the Stafford Hill Solar Farm in Rutland, Vermont. This is a system that acts as a microgrid to power the city's emergency center, and it includes battery storage and PV on a former landfill. So all of that is just to say that we have a lot of information on our website. Please sign up for our listserv, and please contact me if you have any questions about the information that we have, and to the degree that the work that we're doing can help contribute to the understanding of what DOE is doing on mine lands. We're happy to share information and work with you to really achieve these shared goals of redevelopment on these sites. So thank you so much, and I look forward to questions.
Great, thank you so much, Laura. I think what I'd like to do is I've been going through the Q&A at the same time, and I've compiled them onto a slide. So I thought I would just show this one slide. And to the extent that it's sort of, let's see, just a second. Okay. To the extent that it's called out for specific people, I've put this in here, but I think we can all kind of speak with each other. So, so let me just start with Lorenzo for a minute. So, your presentation was very interesting about the kind of the complex journey to getting geothermal projects developed through that phase 1 through 3 approach. And I was wondering if you've given any thought to how that approach could match with this OCED project development, where there'll be like 2 to 5 projects that will be selected to receive grant money, and then how that would work in terms of exploration versus the different stages. If not, that's okay. This is all new. Just if you had any thoughts on this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just don't have any thoughts about it at this point. I guess I don't understand it enough. I mean, for geothermal, those kind of phases, that's just kind of standard for geothermal. You need to explore first to see, geothermal isn't just everywhere. It's only in certain, underground locations, subsurface locations. And so first they've got to explore for it. And then if they think it looks like there's something there, they've got to drill to confirm that there is a resource there. And then if they've confirmed it, then they can move on to proposing to build a power plant and that type of thing. So there's an exploration, resource confirmation. That's just part of developing geothermal, whether it's on federal land or not.
Okay, and then I guess related to that, I'll ask you this second question. Are there maps of explored but not developed geothermal sites that might be something that we could overlay against mining sites?
There's a lot of data available out there. We don't maintain that type of a thing ourselves, but definitely there is that type of information out there on the web if somebody were to search for it.
Okay, great, thanks. I'm gonna go to some of the Q&A questions that I saw arise for Kyle now. So Kyle, how are mineland reclamation and repurposing differentiated? And where do they overlap in definition and project requirements?
Well, as I indicated, all of the mine permits, be it coal or non-coal, have a defined post-mining land use. That's your objective to get to with your reclamation. If you're going to deviate from that land use that's been approved, because that's gone through public notice when the permits were originally issued, you have to identify the land you're going to use in an alternative use. That has to be carved out of the permit, and then that new land use has to be noticed. So the public has an opportunity to comment. So there is overlap, but there is separation with that.
Great, thank you. And as you see, I'm putting in live new questions as they be coming in. So please keep them coming, folks. Here's another one for Kyle. Can you speak to environmental liability to developers on land that has gone through phase 3 bond release?
I think I can get to the answer on this one. I think I understand. I hope I understand the question correctly, but in Wyoming, there is a difference between your eastern and western states. First, that's important to understand. A lot of your Appalachian Belt states, if they go through phase 3 reclamation, that is, they also include termination of jurisdiction of those lands. That's one process. In Wyoming, you go through phase 3, and then TOJ, or termination of jurisdiction, is a separate final administrative act. So those lands are not totally released in Wyoming until you have a TOJ certificate basically in your hand. So if a developer were to come in and develop on that mine land and not, as I indicated in my discussion, carve the lands out of their active permit, let's just say in theory, you had that person come in, develop a solar farm, the battery storage leaks, they go bankrupt, and they did it within that existing mine boundary, the mine could still hold liability, the mine operator, for that cleanup, unless those lands were carved out, repurposed, and separated. So it is important to understand that if you want to use a different land use, you either have to be through that TOJ process and carve those lands out of the active permit, or repurpose those lands and go through the public notice process with that same type of carve out. Otherwise, there could be overlapping liability. Sorry, long answer, but I think that might get to the question.
Great, thank you. Let's pose a couple of questions for Laura now. Laura, there was a Q&A question about what programs exist to improve or supplement data in the mapper. There's a comment here about Wisconsin and the border with Michigan here.
Yes, there are lots of great opportunities to redevelop, and the mapper is just a national screening tool. We do have several state agencies that contribute their site information. Wisconsin is one. We are working with the state of Michigan on a different project, but I can foresee including those sites as well. I do want to mention that you, as a user, you can bring your own sites into the mapper. So then it would be using the NREL screening resource data. But I should also say that all of the sites in the United States screen positively for solar. So I hope that answers the question, and let me know if you have any follow-ups on that.
Great. Okay, and then another question here for you, Laura, is are there states that have mine-specific policies?
Yes, there are states that we are engaged with that have mine-specific policies for renewable energy. One is West Virginia and one is Michigan. West Virginia enacted the law called the Renewable Energy Facilities Program. It provides electric utility cost recovery for up to 400 megawatt solar projects on former mine sites, closed landfills, brownfields, and other certain types of preferred sites. And Michigan's Department of Natural Resources is implementing a pilot program that competitively awarded contracts for large-scale solar development on 2 former mines.
Great. Well, we are at time at 10:15. As you can see, we did not unfortunately get to all of the questions here, but I'm hoping we got into enough of these here that that we can get a good taste. You can see some interesting general questions that I think we'll probably want to be coming back to in the broader discussion for the overall workshop, including this one. Given the permitting and regulatory discussion, what is the realistic expectation that a brand new project can get regulatory approval in the timeframe of the program? Are there examples of a grid scale project that successfully got through these processes in this timeframe, or should one look for projects that are already down the road in planning processes? I think this will be an important one for OCED to be thinking about, and we should probably come back to this one as a broader discussion for the workshop. And then we also have this one. If reclaimed mine land is carved out of active permit and repurposed, are they then considered an energy community? So again, these definitional questions are going to be important probably as the FOA gets drafted. So these are great. Thank you so much for the participants, whether you're adding great questions that are going to help shape the program or out there like trying to do your best presenting in a virtual workshop like this. I just want to thank you all so much for your time this morning. It's just really, really helpful to see all the goodwill and effort that's going into shaping this. So thank you, Lorenzo. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Laura. And thank you to everyone who is active in today's virtual workshop. I think there's a break now on the agenda, so I guess we will be returning at, I think it's 10:30. Pat, did you want to say anything about?
Could I just quickly jump in really fast and encourage the panelists? There are a number of questions that we didn't get to. So if you have answers, I encourage the panelists to type those into the chat as well, so we can try to answer all of them. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay,
all right.
great.
All right.
So we'll be back in,
one person clapping. Okay.
we'll be back in 13 minutes. So enjoy a quick break to stretch your legs, and we'll look forward to hearing. We'll be transitioning to a case study on geothermal and system. So look forward to that in just a few minutes.
Great. Thanks again.
Good morning. I think it's time to start. My name is Yingqi Zhang. I work for Lawrence Berkeley Lab. I would like to introduce our next speaker for the first geothermal and subsurface thermal energy storage case study. Florian Hong. Florian obtained his bachelor degree in science in petroleum engineering, and then got his master degree in mineral resources engineering from the Technical University Aachen. After his studies, he started out as a well site drilling engineer in the North Sea. Since 2015, he has first been employed at the International Geothermal Center and now at the Fraunhofer Research Institute for Energy Infrastructures and Geothermal Systems as a scientific researcher with the emphasis on the research and development of mine thermal energy storage and mine water utilization projects. Florian, take it away.
All right. Shall I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay, just a minute. Okay, there we go. Let me just minimize it. Yeah, thank you very much for the kind introduction. I'm very happy to give a short overview of our HEATSTOR project, which we conducted at our Fraunhofer IEG site in Bochum. And on the right-hand side here, you can see this is a picture of a visitation mine, which is very close to our site. And this just gives you an idea of what looks about what a small colliery would look like in the 50s. And at our site, we have such an infrastructure below our institute, and we drilled into this infrastructure during our HEATSTOR project, which I will be talking about in the next 15 minutes. A few words regarding our institution. We've been funded 2 years ago, the Fraunhofer Institution for Energy Infrastructures and Geothermal Systems. We have several locations throughout Germany. In the western part of Germany, we're dealing more with the geothermal applications. And our colleagues in the eastern part of Germany are more dealing with the energy infrastructures. And if you want to know more about us, please visit our website, which is depicted here in the bottom side. So just a brief recap about our quite newly funded institution. Where are we located in Bochum? We are located in North Rhine-Westphalia, which is in the western part of Germany. So this is in this area here. And in North Rhine-Westphalia, we're more or less located in the center part of the state. And in Bochum itself, we're located in the southeastern part of the city between the Ruhr University and the University of Applied Sciences. Throughout Bochum, we have 3 mine projects or mine water projects. And today I will just will present our mine thermal energy storage, which was developed at our site, at the IEG site. But also we developed a mine water utilization site, which is close by to our institution. We were able to drill 2 wells into an abandoned colliery at a depth of 800 meters with a deviated well, and also almost a vertical well to a depth of around 330 meters. This is just to give you an idea what we are able to do. So we are digitizing mine maps, and we are building a 3-dimensional mine model out of it. And then we can also utilize this model for well planning. So it's just to give you some ideas what we're doing at our project at the moment. And then last but not least, we also have a 3rd mine water project, which has already been running since 2012, where mine water is utilized at a mine water drainage site, also not too far from our institution. So what is our motivation in Germany? If we are looking at our primary energy demand, we can see that over 50% of our energy is used for heating and cooling purposes. And if we look at the renewable energy, we can see that there's still only a small fraction that goes into this heating and cooling energy. And the idea is to develop further storage technology so that we can also overcome the mismatch between supply and demand of, for example, geothermal energy or surplus energy. And in my point of view, it's a big question of how can we overcome this bathtub challenge. So there's not only the mine thermal energy storage, what we are working on, but there's also in the HeatStop project, a lot of work been put into aquifer thermal energy storage. The colleagues from Denmark looked into or classified pit thermal energy storage systems, and also in France, they were developing a borehole thermal energy storage system. This is briefly combined in this slide here. So during the HeatStop project between 2018 and 2021, we developed 6 demo sites, worked on 8 case studies. The project volume was reasonably large, 16 million euros. We were 23 partners from 9 countries, very interesting and diverse group. And in Germany, we were the only one looking at the possibility of utilizing abandoned coal mines as a mine thermal energy storage. And we were able to erect, let's say, the first pilot plant for such a system. Just a few words about the small colliery that is located at our IEG site. It belonged to the spinning mill Ackermann in the 50s. Daily production were quite low, between 40 and 50 tons. It only produced throughout 5 years a total amount of 37,000 tons. And it closed down in 58 because the expectations were not fulfilled. The coal grade was actually quite good, so it was low volatile bituminous coal. And here on the right hand side, you again see a picture from the visitation mine. And I just want to clearly highlight the wooden construction of the supporting system. So please keep this in mind, because you will see it in a slightly different shape and within the presentation at a later stage. This is just a picture of the wooden shaft, so quite simple operation during the 50s. This is also a nice picture from a different visitation mine, which is close to Hanover and Lower Saxony, just to give you a brief idea of mine water flow inside a mine. So I like to include this picture because it just gives a nice idea about the situation downhole. Our partner, Delta H, they performed numerical modeling of the thermal energy storage. For this, they first built quite a large regional scale model. Then they went down and looked at the mine maps and created a 3-dimensional mine model. And then they were also able to include a fracture flow model inside their overall modeling approach, so that we can also include, let's say, thermal hydraulic flow paths through fractures and fissures, which are within the mine. So this is just a video that gives an idea about the geology and the overall model of our mine. So we are here, this is the mine layout. We are located in a local syncline. And here in the model, we have also included 2 wells. Actually, we drilled 3 wells into the mine, 2 wells into the deepest drift at a depth of 64 meters, and 1 well at the most upper level at around 25 meters below ground. And what are we using as a renewable heat source? We installed a concentrated solar thermal power plant. And in the future, what we are working currently is to connect, let's say, the thermal energy storage part also with the high temperature heat pump, so that we can feed high temperatures also into a district heating grid. So this is something that we're working on during next year to finish this setup. So here's just a few slides or pictures about the erection of the solar power plant. So what's quite unique about this solar power plant is that you can move your mirrors according to the position of the sun. And then through the black tube, you have water running, and then you can reach temperatures up to 90 degrees. But also with the deviation of your mirror, you can kind of adjust the temperature that you want to store into your underground thermal energy storage. So this is quite nice for our experimental setup. Here you can see this is the moving part. So from an opening position, the collector goes down into its closing position when, for example, it's raining or the wind is too high. And yeah, we've been quite excited about this part of the project. Most difficult part actually was not the technical development of this project, but it was to kind of tackle all the legal aspects of such a new project. So first, it was kind of difficult to obtain who's actually reliable for our legal actions for granting, let's say, the permits. In the end, we settled that we are acting under the Water Act for our storage part, because we're storing more energy into the ground than we're extracting. We didn't need any, let's say, mining act rights because our wells were below 100 meters. And also we had to set up a liability agreement with the former mine owner. So that also took up quite a long time. So I have to say we almost spent 1 year just settling all the legal aspects within the project time frame. After we settled all the legal aspects, we were actually able to drill the wells. So here's a picture of our location in Bochum. So this is our institution. We have our own drill site. We have our own drill rig, and below our drill site, there's a small colliery located. And in the summer of 2020, we were able to drill 3 successful wells down into the mine. Here you can see the installation of a PVC casing that we used, and also the installation of inflatable packer. We didn't use any RSS system. We just used drill collars and stabilizers to try to drill as vertical as possible. Here's just a technical drawing between the conjunction of the wells, which are connected via a heat exchanger with the solar thermal energy plant. So we're producing cold water from the mine. We heat it up through the solar power plant, and then with up to 60 degrees, we can re-inject into the mine. This is just a bird picture from our drill site. So here you can see this are the 3 wells that we drilled into the mine. They are connected with the district heating grid. And here's our control unit, and here's the location of our solar thermal power plant. Yeah, and for our storage purposes, we're just using the MP1 and MO1 well. So this is just also a picture about our drill site, and also you can clearly see that the small colliery is located below our drill site. Just to give you an idea that we really drilled into the abandoned colliery was that after we finished the first well, we did a downhole camera run. You can clearly see the wooden debris of the timber construction. On the left-hand side, you can see this is a stratigraphy of our mine or of the well. And in the bottom part, we used a slotted liner to have a hydraulic connection with the mine drift. For the inflatable packer, we also installed glass fiber cable. And with this, we could clearly see that we had a nice sealing of our cementation job, because we could see that there's an exothermic reaction once the cement is hardening. And we have a nice clear line. So this was a nice indication that we had a good cement job. This is another nice picture of the last well we drilled. And here you can clearly see that we drilled through a piece of timber in the middle of the well. And for each well, we took a cutting sample per meter. So this is just to give you an idea about sandstone, siltstone, and clay samples, and also coal, of course. You can see this is a coal sample. And this is a sample just before we drilled into the mine drift, that you also have some wooden debris. And this is our most expensive firewood that we have at our institution, because this is was circulated to the top from the mine. So this is timber from the mine, from the abandoned mine that is over 64 years old. So this was quite exciting to see, to have those cuttings also back to surface. We also installed a quite intense monitoring system. Here in the middle, you have our small colliery. We also have quite a few monitoring wells on site that we utilized with temperature and pressure loggers, so that we could detect any changes throughout, let's say, the water tables or temperature levels during our first heat injection test. We also installed glass fiber cables in our mine wells. And then at the end of 2020, we were able to do a first heat injection test for over 9 days. We circulated roughly over 1,000 cubic meters between the first and second well. And here you can see this is just a sketch of the heat plume that is developing from the production well towards the injection well. So we were able to inject with temperatures up to 60 degrees. And this is just some recorded data that we could see at the injection well, that we have a sharp thermal increase once we start the injection. We stopped over the weekend, and we already see there's some sort of storage effect because we don't go back to the initial temperature. Then we're injecting for over a week. We can see a nice incline of the temperatures, but once we stop, we have a sharp decline of our temperatures, but not below our initial temperature. So for us, this was an indication that we just put, let's say, a drop in the bucket for the heat injection. So at the beginning of or in spring next year, we will continue our heat injection tests and see what is the actual efficiency of our downhole storage system. And here you can also see some measurement data that was calibrated with our monitoring data, and that was fed into our numerical modeling. And you can see there's a nice fit between the measured data and also the model data. And with a calibrated numerical model, we were able to simulate storage applications of up to 15,000 cubic meters of circulation per year. And this is kind of indicated in the video here. So we produce 11-degree cold mine water. We heat it up on surface up to 60 and then re-injected it back into the second well. And here you can see the development of the heat plume towards the production well. And we also did analysis of the mine water before and after the heat injection. With this data, we also did a frequency analysis to see if we have any issues with precipitation of minerals. And we can clearly see if we have the mine water in contact with oxygen, we have clear iron precipitation. So for this, we will take certain measures for the permanent installation. But this was very interesting to see in the first initial setup. So we have to be really critical and focus on these long-term issues. And also for monitoring, we installed a sort of shaft monitoring system on our side. So this is a former connection towards the surface. So here we have a sort of monitoring device that can track movements of any subsidence that might be occurring if we're circulating inside the mine. So here we have 2 inclinometers, which are located or connected to a cement column. If there is some sort of ground movement, then we can track this. And then we are getting some feedback through a dashboard, which is connected to our email account. So you can see this is also powered by a PV cell, and so we don't really have to care about the energy supply of the system. Here you can see the inclinometers, and here everything is installed downhole. So here the cement column is cemented in place, also the inclinometers, and this is our control unit, and this sends a signal to a dashboard, and here everything looks fine. So you have no deviation from your inclinometers. So this is the way it should look like. And if there is some sort of changes in your angle, then you will get a notification automatically. What we also did was to take a photogrammic measurement of our area. And we will do this each year to see if there's any changes in our ground movement throughout the mined out area. So our accuracy of the photogrammic measurements are in the range of 1 centimeter. So we can see if there's any changes of 1 centimeter on the surface to see if there's any upcoming subsidence building up throughout our thermal energy storage project. So we are circulating the mine water in this area, but we want to make sure that we don't have any subsidence, let's say, in the public areas of the Bochum Hochschule or also on our premises. So this is very important to keep in mind. And our long-term idea is to have, let's say, some sort of surplus renewable energy source. For us, this is our solar thermal energy plant. So we want to try to, or we want to store this heat during the summer in our mine thermal energy storage. And then during the heating season, we want to use, let's say, temperatures of up to 60 degrees in conjunction with a high temperature heat pump to feed heat into the district heating grid, which is operated at temperatures between 85 and 120 degrees C. So this is our goal to reach with our setup. And within the heat store project, we were able to do this part of the project, and during or till next year, we are trying to couple the underground storage with the high temperature heat pump and also to erect the connection to the district heating grid to prove that this concept is working. And just to give you an idea, just in the Ruhr area where we are located, there's almost 200 abandoned collieries. So there's a vast potential that could be tapped into. And yeah, so it's very interesting to see that there's a possible transformation of our district heating grids away from fossil energy. And that's more or less what we're working at the moment on. And with this, I would like to close my presentation with a nice two-phase flow problem. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Florian. This is very interesting. It's a very good thermal energy storage case study. I know it's very late for you. It's close to 8 o'clock in the evening.
Yes.
I still ask you to stay for a couple of minutes to check the QA. We don't have time to read it out loud. So I will go to the next case study. And if you can just type in your answer. Session, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Now I would like to introduce our second speaker, Leo Liu. Leo is a faculty member in civil engineering at Michigan Technical State University. He has been working on the use of geothermal energy from flooded mining space for heating and cooling. He will share another case study from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan for tapping geothermal energy from mine water. Thank you. Take it away.
All right, thank you, Inchi. I'm going to share my screen. Oh, hi, everybody. Again, my name is Leo Liu. I'm from Michigan Tech. I want to thank the workshop organizers again for this invitation. It's really exciting for me to have this opportunity to introduce these renewable energy efforts at Michigan Tech, which is located in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, which is a historical mining area. And in this renewable energy efforts, we have been working on the recovery of geothermal energy from water in flooded mining space for space heating and cooling. One unique thing about this energy effort is that we have a real site demonstration which has been up and running for over a decade. So the concept of this energy application is very similar to the low enthalpy geothermal energy application with the surface water bodies. Many people call it surface water heat pumps. but the one major difference is that now we don't use surface water bodies anymore. Instead, we use subterranean water bodies in the mining space. So in winter, we pump the warm water out and extract energy out of it for heating, and pump the cold water back in. And in summer, we do it in the opposite way. We pump the cold water out, then put the energy, heat back into it, then pump the warm water back. First, I want to show one video so that we can have a quick overview of this site demonstration. Then building for the Michigan Tech Criminal Research Center is 11,000 square foot research center, includes reception, multiple offices, conference rooms, computer center, lunchroom, and bathrooms. The geothermal demo system has been used to provide heat and cooling for the whole building ever since 2009. This is a layout of the demonstration site. The KRC building is at the upper left corner. The top of the mine shaft, which is close to the right edge of the figure, is about 100 meters from the KRC building. The mine water is moving between the underground mining space and the KRC building, driven by a water pumping system. The heat pumping system room in the KRC building houses a heat exchanger to exchange energy between the outside mine water and the internal water cycle, in which we have a glycol as interface agent. 18 heat pumps are installed in different rooms of the building to exchange energy between the internal water cycle and air inside the building for heating and cooling. So inside the building, we have a mine water-based heat pump system with a ventilation system and with a backup natural gas-based heating system, which is rarely being used. This is the major heating system room inside the KRC building, and that vertical heating system.
Your mine water is coming in here. This is the pump that's pumping it out by all the heat pumps. And your mine water coming back. So,
this is the boiler of the natural gas system. This is one of the 18 heat pumps. You can see how the internal water comes in. You go through the pipes, enter the heat pump, then heat will be extracted or put it back from there and go to the air duct. This laptop controls everything. This is the well pump, and this is the pump inside. This is the natural gas system. The parameters of different heat pumps and temperatures in different rooms can be monitored and controlled using this piece of software on the laptop. This is the top of the mine shaft. You can hear a sound that's generated as water is pumped back into the mine shaft. This is the All right, so this is the site demo that we have, and here's some key statistics about this demo. And here on the upper right corner, you can see a figure of the building again. On the left, this shows a configuration of underground mining space. On the lower right corner, so I put some key data here. So the project was launched in 2009 and it's still running. And it has been used, the system has been used to provide cooling and heating and cooling for this 11,000 square foot building. In the very beginning, we estimated that the cost saving is about 30% over a conventional system. When we say a conventional system, that means in winter, we use natural gas for heating. In summer, we use electricity for cooling. And based on that, a payback period is about like 3 to 5 years. But it turned out that we are too optimistic about that because we have very high electricity price and we have relatively low natural gas price. And we have a relatively low annual temperature. We have the annual temperature is about 42 degrees Fahrenheit. So that gives us a very unfavorable condition for implementing this type of energy application. Based on what we did on this project, we draw the following findings about the pros and the cons of such a project. First, the good thing about it is that it has less environmental and legal concerns because the underground mining space is isolated from daily life and the biological systems. It's not like the natural water bodies. When you try to move water out of it or into it, that will raise concerns. The second benefit is that it provides high quality energy resource, because we can go much deeper. For example, we can, for the mine that we used, it has a depth about 600 meters. And because of the higher depth, so now we can have a greater temperature contrast that can provide a higher quality geothermal energy resource. We have very large energy reserves, especially compared with the conventional geothermal heat pump applications. Now we are talking about large body of subterranean water. We don't need to deal with the pool water or the pipe waters anymore. And because of that, the energy reserve can be several orders higher, usually it's two plus orders. We also have high efficiency and less technical difficulties because we don't need to worry about how to drive the water to move through the soil or the pipes anymore. The natural and forced convection that can boost heat transfer and avoid difficulties in circulating those pore and pipe liquids. It's green because we turn mine water from a useless material or waste into an energy resource. It has good economic savings, as I said, even in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, where we have a very unfavorable condition for this type of energy application, we proved that it still can be comparable or even better than a conventional system in some cases. And it's renewable, and if it's well managed, we believe that it can last forever. And here at the bottom of this slide, it shows some simple calculations for the economic, from the economic aspects. So you can see that the best heating option in the Upper Peninsula is using natural gas, that's lowest cost, and the second best, the geothermal one, and the electricity, that one has the highest cost. And I want to point out that in the UP, we have a electricity price about 22, 24 cents per kilowatt hour. And if we go to some other areas, they may have just 8 to 9 cents per kilowatt hour. That means, the cost can, because the whole system is driven by electricity. We need electricity to run the water pumping system and to run all the heat pumps. So if the electricity price can be can drop, then the economic gain will be significantly boosted. And to get a better understanding of this application, since this presentation is about the use of the energy in mine land. So here I want to talk a little bit about the underground mining space. So here shows the figure on the left shows the underground mining space in Hancock, Michigan. That town is right across the canal from Holt, Michigan, where Michigan Tech is located. And in the figure, we can see the underground mining space for two mines. One is the Hancock mine. The other one is the more famous, is the Quincy mine. For the Quincy mine, we have 9 inclined shafts, and we have a lot of horizontal stopes connecting different shafts. The longest shaft is about 9,000 feet. And on the right, that shows a 3D 3D illustration of the underground mining space. We have the inclined mining shaft and have stopes. One thing that we did is that we want to see how much energy that we can extract from underground mining space. So we use that Quincy mine as one example. Depending on what conductive heat transfer rate that we can have between the mine water and the surrounding rocks. For example, here it shows 3 values. Based on these different values, heat transfer, we can get different energy that we can get from the Quincy mine every year. And we compared that with the annual energy production from several energy power plants in Michigan. We found that they are comparable. So the energy reserve, based on the calculation, is very good. And we also looked around to check the United States to see that how this one can be applied to other areas of the United States. And here, this is the area. This is on the top. We show the Upper Peninsula area. And we found that there are at least 28,000 mines in the United States. It's unclear how many of the mining space is unflooded, but if we look at the groundwater depth, is somewhere between the surface 0 and like 200 meters. So it's very likely that a large portion of the underground mining space is flooded. Another interesting fact is that the mining areas, they're associated with millions of populations in the United States, and many of them are associated with socioeconomic issues, especially after mining industry declines or stops. And we believe that this kind of application can help address such issues. To because we believe that this energy application is different from a conventional heat pump application. It's not just about the HVAC system. It's highly coupled to the underground mining space. So to better understand how to conduct the energy application with better efficiency, with better sustainability, we need to understand how heat is transferred in the mine water and in the surrounding geological formations. And one of the first things that we did is that we looked into the temperature and salinity distributions in the mine water. So here was the what we got from the fields. And one thing that we found that also surprised us is that the mine water, the temperature distribution in the mine water is not the same as the geothermal gradients. They're not linearly increased with depths. Instead, usually we have multiple layers in the mine shafts. We also look into the report results by many other researchers. It seems that it's very common to have stratified water bodies in the flooded mines. And to better understand how to recover the energy efficiently, we need to understand how to pump the water out, pump the water back in, and to understand whether that will disturb the natural water heat transfer processes, and will that cause any environmental or sustainability concerns. And one thing we found that the science that governing the water stratification is similar to something that's happening in the ocean that's caused by the different diffusivities of heat and salts. And that will cause a lot of issues. One of them is the perpetual salt fountain. So we stick a pipe into the ocean, it's possible that water will come out automatically. And another thing is called salt fingers. So when the salt and the heat, they move through the water at different rates, they can cause very interesting phenomena. And that will be also responsible for the stair-like structure in the subterranean water bodies. It's called thermohaline stairs. So in order to get a better understanding, we run a numerical simulation. So this shows in a vertical mine shaft. At the very beginning, we have a lot of small layers. Then over time, they will merge into larger layers. And this process is very slow. It can occur over years and decades. And eventually, usually in a typical mine shaft, we can have somewhere between like 2 to 5 layers. And here this shows a distribution of salinity of temperature on different stairs. And based on that, we want to see, we want to recover the energy. How should we pump the water out and pump the water back in? If we do it, for example, in 3 different ways, how that will cause, what consequences that will cause to the natural heat transfer processes. And one major conclusion that we drew for that site demonstration is that if we pump the water at the current water pumping rate, it seems that we will not disturb the natural water structure. But if we increase the water pumping rate by 1 order or 2, we will break the original stratified water structure. That may change the heat transfer between the mine water and the surrounding geologic formations significantly. And in the final, we have also been looking into the use. So the concept is similar to the previous presentation. So we are trying to consider the underground mine water as like Earth energy battery. In summer, we put the heat back in, and in summer we get heat back out. But we believe this is not something just for HVAC. Again, we need to consider the processes in the mine water and the surrounding geologic formations, how that is coupled with the HVAC, and how that is connected to the aging of the buildings, connected to climate change, and connected to the variation of the prices of the different energy resources such as electricity and natural gases. So this is my presentation. Again, we summarized basic information about this energy application, and this website is liurg.org/waterheat. And this is the website. So we show the basic idea and the major contributions objectives and scope, and what we did in different steps, and what is new from a scientific or technical perspective. And here's some figures about the real demonstration system, and also the benefits. And this is the social benefits. And here we also listed 5 publications that we published. So I will be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Leo. This is very interesting. We do have a few, I think 3 questions in the QA session. And the other thing, I think you can type in them probably later.
Okay.
I would like to ask both Florian and Leo here, if you have just a few lessons learned for us here as our general advice. I think that would be very helpful. How about we start with Florian?
Second. Yeah, to be honest, our main lesson, what I also tried to emphasize in my presentation, was to allocate enough time during the planning stage also for the legal aspects and to tackle all those issues before you try to do a pilot implementation. I think this was the biggest drawback that we saw in our project, and it cost us over 1 year just to get all the legal things running before we could actually go into the technical development. And I think this is very important to have this solved before you really want to go into a large scale project. Also, I think the mine chemistry, you kind of have to be sure what you're doing, and if you have to take some prohibitive or preventive measurements against, for example, precipitation, I think this is something you really have to consider as well. And also to inform, let's say, the public about what you're doing. I think this is also important to have them on the same page before you start such a project. I think this is, in a nutshell, what I would like to recommend for trying to develop mine border schemes.
Okay, thank you, Florian. I know if you want to look at any other information in terms of technical issues, people probably could look for heat store report. Do you have any other reports for people just to have a general idea about other economic development in terms or other things? Are you aware of them? If you are, can you post them or send it to me? I can post them in chat.
Yeah, we just published a short paper regarding our final heat store results within the European Geothermal Congress proceedings. I can forward this to you, and you can also distribute it. On the heat store website, if you look under downloads, you find a lot of information about our deliverables that we created throughout the project. Of course, we also have some information in German. But I think if you're really interested in the project, just give me an email. We'll set up a meeting, and then we can discuss in detail what your thoughts are about a possible mine border project and how we can try to help you, especially with the building of 3-dimensional mine models and also well planning that goes into it, because I think this is something that hasn't really been done before, because we use well planning software from the oil and gas industry, and we applied it to a mine water project. So this is kind of like a transition that hasn't been done before, and I'm eager to also advertise this and also help other projects with this approach. If you have to drill into an abandoned coal mine, that you use a proper well planning software for it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The lessons learned.
Oh yeah, sure. I think one major lesson that we learned is tied to the way that we did this project. We did it in a very special way. We installed the whole system, let it run, and we found that it's working, but we didn't know why it's working. So we did the research after we installed the system. And also we found that it was not working as good as we had expected. So we didn't know the reason. So also we need to look into that. We worried that, the system would not go forever, because, we are in a very cold area. So we want to see whether, we can, the economic benefits can stay there for a long time. Then we look into it. So the main lesson is that, for other people is, before you do something like this, it's better to do some analysis, at least try to understand on the ground mining space, the water temperature in there and the source that you have in there, and do some feasibility analysis and try to understand the potential economic benefits that you can get by doing something like that, and also try to have a long-term version to see the visions, to see whether it can last for a long time. And also for the operations, it's better to test different operation scenarios to see which one be optimal to ensure the best efficiency and sustainability. So let's try to do that type of thing early stage in the project.
Thank you. I'll ask you to do the same thing. The website, if you can send it to me, I will post it. Oh, I think Jillian already.
Yes, it's in the chat box.
All right. So I'll thank you both, and it's time for the next session. Thanks again. So our next session is a case study for the pump storage hydro. And I'll start with Scott Donnell, who is a water resources engineer at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, and he will provide an overview of pumped storage hydro in the US, including concepts for mineland applications, and then we'll hear 2 case studies. So I'm going to share my screen for Scott. PowerPoint, this one.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Ying-Chi. Appreciate that, and appreciate everyone being on today. And just jumping back a month ago, appreciate anyone who's on here who also attended the in-person workshop in Knoxville, Tennessee that Oak Ridge had put on just about a month ago. So look forward to talking about this again. So pump storage hydropower, some of you may not know exactly what that is, but sort of phrasing it here as a water-based clean energy storage technology. So a lot of the research that I do at the lab involves either hydropower or pump storage hydropower. The work is sponsored by the Department of Energy's Water Power Technologies Office. So can you go to the next slide? And just as a diagram of what pump storage looks like, here on the left-hand side, we have what's called an open loop concept, and then in the middle is a closed loop concept. Basically, both hydropower and pump storage hydropower operate by having basically an upper and lower body of water in which there's a differential in pressure. So as water flows from an upper reservoir to a lower body of water, a turbine will spin from that pressurized water flow, and in turn the turbine spins a generator which produces electricity. So the basic difference here between open loop and a closed loop pump storage scheme is that an open loop is connected to a free flowing water body, sort of the lower portion of that diagram on the left, whereas a closed loop is simply closed. There's an upper and lower water body, and water is interchanged between the two pools. So what pump storage does is it operates interchangeably between power mode and pumping mode. So when there's high energy demand, when power is needed to be produced, water is released from the upper reservoir, generated through the turbine, and electricity is sent off to the grid. In times when there's not as much energy demand, or for instance during the day when there's excess power being supplied by variable renewables like solar or wind, for instance, or nuclear in some cases, you can use that excess power to put the water back into the upper reservoir for later usage. So this is one type of energy storage technology using water. It's used throughout the world, but in the US currently there's 43 operational pump storage plants. That totals 21,600 megawatts, 21.6 gigawatts. And of those 43 projects, only one is closed loop. The wide majority, 42 of those, are open loop, so they're connected to a natural water body. And none of those currently are using mine sites. And that's true of the world as well. There's no operational pump storage mine sites. In comparison, if we look at projects that are being proposed, what we call in the development pipeline in the US, there's a total of 96 projects, and 80 of those are closed loop designs, 16, that should say 16 are open loop. That's a typo there, sorry about that. So the wide majority are actually closed loop, taking advantage of some of the reduced environmental impacts that a closed loop system has. There's about 3 times as much power proposed to be developed at those 96 projects compared to what's operational. There's 73 gigawatts being proposed. And of those 96 projects, 13 of those are sited on mine lands. Next slide. And this just visually shows on the left-hand side, sort of in orange, the different operational plants, the 43 orange operational power pump storage projects, and then the various other colors for different types of proposed pump storage plants in the US. Of those that are proposed, only 2 have been issued authorizations or issued licenses ahead of construction. On the right-hand side shows those 13 projects that have been proposed for mine land application. And only one of those has been issued a license, as Eagle Mountain pump storage project in California. And I just want to also show Lewis Ridge pump storage project in Kentucky as well. So we'll be talking through these 2 case studies here in just a moment. Jeff Harvey from Eagle Crest will be talking about Eagle Mountain in California, and Jay Anders from Rye Development will be talking about Lewis Ridge. Next slide. So just at a high level, there's sort of 2 main concepts that can be used besides open loop and closed loop. There's also the idea of when you're using a mine land, whether you're using underground pools, underground shaft concepts, such as what's shown on this slide, where you have an upper reservoir and then a lower reservoir that's in a mine cavern of some sort, or an excavation within a mine. So that's underground. And then on the other hand, you can have a surface or what's called an open pit operation, which both the Eagle Mountain and the Lewis Ridge projects that we'll see here in a minute, those both use surface open pit concepts. They're not using underground mine shafts or underground mine caverns at all. This diagram is taken from Professor Andre Niemann in Germany. So this is one concept that they have been developing, no active development of the project or anything at this point, but it's conceptual in nature. And then the next slide, if you go to that, shows a separate concept from Michigan Tech University that's showing a similar arrangement. In a lot of ways, there's an underground reservoir with surge tank that's developed with the turbine housed underground. And then on the left-hand side is basically showing the upper reservoir being a surface reservoir versus on the right-hand side, an underground reservoir. So different advantages and disadvantages of that. There's a draft report that was published last October. I think Tim's on the line, so if you want to shoot any URLs about that report or anything, that would be great. But yeah, I just wanted to show the different schemes here. I think that's the last main slide that I had here. If there's questions, here's the email and website for OCED. And I guess what we'll do is we have a video for Jeff. Maybe before we do the video, I'll just do a quick intro for Jeff Harvey. He's a project director for Eagle Crest Energy Company and is now a senior environmental scientist and consultant to Next Era Energy Resources. which is a wholesale power generator and the world's largest generator of renewable energy from wind and the sun. Jeff will be giving a presentation on NextEra's Eagle Mountain Pump Storage Hydropower project. It's a closed loop pump storage project planned for development in a previously mined site in Riverside County, California. So Yingqi, I don't know if you have the video pulled up and want to do that first. Jeff, if you want to add anything at this moment while we're pulling up the video, feel free. So Jeff, looks like you're muted. There we go.
Sorry about that. Yep. No, feel free to go ahead with the video, and then we'll come back to the presentation. And thank you for that.
Awesome. So Yingqi, you have the link that you can share.
Welcome to Eagle Mountain, California. This landscape, disfigured by decades of iron mining and deserted for nearly 30 years, may hold a key to California's green energy future and could create more than 4,000 jobs and billions of dollars in positive economic impact.
Let's get a little closer and you can get an idea of what this is. We are out at the Eagle Mountain mine site, the historic site of Kaiser Iron Mine that operated from about the 1940s until the early 1980s. Where we're standing will soon be the site of a 1,300 megawatt pump storage hydroelectric project.
87 miles east of Palm Springs and 62 miles from the Arizona border, the Eagle Mountain Pump Storage Hydroelectric Facility will produce enough electricity to light 1 million homes using proven technology that allows large amounts of renewable energy to be saved and used later. Here's how pump storage works. Excess solar energy is used to pump water uphill from one reservoir to another where it is stored. When electricity is needed, the water is released downhill through turbines to produce green power. Pump storage allows us to store renewable energy and use it any time of day or night.
When the sun goes down or the wind stops blowing, how do we keep the lights on?
Pump storage allows us to take advantage of that abundance of renewable energy generation that occurs during daylight hours and store that energy for use when those sources are not as available.
In 2016, the state of California generated most of its electricity from natural gas and approximately 25% from renewable sources. But the state legislature has now mandated that 50% of electricity must come from renewable sources by 2030.
We already have a lot of installed solar. We have a lot of windmills. We have geothermal in place. What we're lacking is grid stabilization through storage. And this brings that to the valley, and it brings it in a very clean way.
This is a unique project in that it is sited on lands that are already incredibly disturbed. I mean, just look at this. And this is exactly where we want to site projects that might affect wildlife. We want to site them where it's not going to affect wildlife. The main facility with the reservoirs no longer has habitat. There may have been habitat at some point in time, but because of the long-term mining activities, there is no habitat remaining.
The environmental process is very rigorous and it's real, and it takes a lot of effort and it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of studies. And this project has gone through that process for over a decade. It's been vetted through the proper agencies to ensure that the water resource is being managed correctly.
The source of water for this project comes from the Chuckwalla Valley Aquifer. This is an aquifer that is very lightly used. It is not connected to springs in Joshua Tree National Park. And this aquifer is completely separate from the aquifer that provides water in the Coachella Valley.
This project does not pose any sort of threat to the water supply in the area.
During the 50-year life of the project, water use is projected to be 0.7% of the aquifer's total capacity. This is less than the aquifer's historical recharge rate and equivalent to the annual water use of 2.25 golf courses in the Coachella Valley.
This project will create 700 jobs at the site
and 3,000-4,000 jobs that are serving the site as a result of it being there. They'll be paying income taxes. When they buy something, they'll be paying sales taxes.
The Eagle Mountain Pump Storage Facility is a $2.5 billion project that will generate more than 4,000 full and part-time jobs and $328 million of annual income for Californians. For Riverside County residents, this pump storage facility will produce $87.2 million of annual income and $370 million in property taxes over the life of the project. More than 400 of those jobs and $40 million of additional income will go to the Coachella Valley.
100% of the people that I've talked to are completely in favor of this project because it will be a game changer for the Eastern Coachella Valley.
This project has a potential of offsetting 1 million tons of greenhouse gases per year. Species protection, plant life protection, the protection of our own health and welfare depends upon addressing the greenhouse gas problem.
It's a win-win because not only does it offer the economic opportunities here in the local economy, but it also provides a path forward for the state to meet those renewable energy obligations.
It is in fact possible to achieve aggressive clean energy and climate targets while expanding economic opportunity and maintaining system reliability.
There is bipartisan agreement for this project that it would have high impact, that it would help the valley. You know, the unions are behind it. It's something we can agree on that will work and it will benefit the area.
This is a seriously disturbed site, and it's an excellent place to put a pump storage project.
And there really is no site that compares to this in terms of its suitability for reuse and repurposing for this energy storage project. If you can't build this project here, where would you build it?
Welcome to Eagle Mountain, California. This landscape, disfigured by decades of iron mining and deserted for nearly
Thanks, Yankee. So as Scott introduced me, I'm project director for Eagle Crest Energy. I have been for since about 2006. And NextEra Energy Resources acquired a controlling interest in the property about 5 years ago. I now work for them as a consultant. So that's my background. I've been 35 years plus, pardon me, doing environmental permitting on water, power, and mining projects primarily in California, but throughout the Western United States. Next. So you saw the location of the project in the middle of the desert, which is an unlikely place for a hydroelectric project. We are near the many other large renewable energy projects, including thousands of megawatts of solar power generation to the east of us, and both solar and particularly wind to the west of us. NextEra is involved in numerous of those projects, which are shown. There are many other projects not shown on this map that are not NextEra projects, but that are also solar power projects and connected at about the same place on the interstate grid. You can also see from this map that the dark green color there is the Joshua Tree National Park. We are not in the park. We are about 5 miles to the east, or from our western boundary. The park is about 5 miles away. To the north and south, about a mile, mile and a half. So we are not adjacent to or in, but we are nearby. Next. Just to give you an idea of the scale of this mine, from the eastern edge of the mine out to the far western is about 7 miles. Widest parts of the mine there at the eastern and western ends, about 2 miles wide, about a mile wide in the center. And the whole idea here is, does my cursor work here at all? It doesn't. The whole idea is to repurpose those mine pits. What used to be called the East Pit will be our lower reservoir, connected by a tunnel system with a powerhouse as much as 1,400 feet below the upper reservoir pit, and then water pumped up to what was the central pit
and that will be our upper reservoir. And then to the west of that are two other mining pits that are not a part of our energy storage facility project. And we have the blue line here is the buried water pipeline that will bring water into for the initial fill of the lower reservoir. And then the orange line is our 500 kV transmission line bringing power out. Next. So Scott's already gone through this. I won't belabor it except to say that for our project, we are 1,400 feet deep. That's very significant for the amount of power that we can generate. We've got about 2.6 miles of tunnel system connecting the upper and lower reservoir, and that gives us the ability to generate 1,300 megawatts for up to an 18-hour period when we start with a full upper reservoir. And note that the lower reservoir is drawn down when the upper reservoir is up. The water is just a working fluid after that initial fill back and forth. Of course, in this desert environment, we have evaporative losses, and so we do have annual makeup water that is much less than the initial fill, and we are controlling for seepage losses with a completely lined lower reservoir, upper reservoir, naturally lined with bedrock in portions, but will also include some gunite and other kinds of lining. Next. So we're about 2,500 acres total within the Kaiser, the historic Kaiser Eagle Mountain iron mine. It no longer operates as an iron mine, but it is still mined for the residual rock material, the rock tailings they're referred to, and mainly for Caltrans for road building, California Department of Transportation for road building, some decorative rock. We also have lands that are owned by the federal government, managed by the Bureau of Land Management, and that's some lands within the core area of the project, but then particularly along the right-of-way required for both the water pipeline and the transmission line. I've said 1,300 megawatts. That's 4 different reversible pump turbine units, 325 megawatts each, which gives us a total capacity of 18 hours. We've got a design operational life of, well, we have a license period of 50 years, and it's very common for hydroelectric projects to be relicensed at the end of that period. And there are hydroelectric projects in the United States that have operated for more than 100 years. So the project has at least a 50-year life and perhaps much more. Next. Pardon me. Just to give you an idea of these mine pits, that's the drone photos in the video were so valuable for that because it really gives you the magnitude that you just can't get off of an aerial photo. Here is the lower mine, the lower east pit, what will be the lower reservoir. You can see on the left-hand side is the old town site where Kaiser housed their workers and their families, some 3,000 people at the peak. And then some of the mine tailings and debris around. Next. For the upper reservoir site, same thing. It's the mine pit. This is not quite as deep and will require a couple of small wing wall dams. No dams required for the lower reservoir. So 2 natural reservoirs in essence that already exist in the form of these mine pits. Next. We've seen this graphic mostly. You understand the transmission line and the water supply pipeline. So let's go to the next slide. Just to show you the transmission line coming out. And about 13 miles, and it comes down to the Interstate 10. On the south side of the Interstate 10 is a relatively new substation built by Southern California Edison, about 7 or 8 years old now. And many of the solar projects here in the area will connect at this same, or are either already connected for the ones that are built or will connect to that. We have 3 wells, the buried pipeline to bring water in, and then the transmission line, both co-located as much as possible with an existing transmission corridor. Next. 10 years of environmental review. And this started with our applications in 2007 and 2008, both federal and state, culminating in the FERC EIS in 2012, which also coincided with the biological opinion, the state consistency determination for biological resources, state historic preservation office for historical resources. The town site and mine are considered to be historic. And then the State Water Resources Control Board's environmental impact report, with FERC license issued in 2014 and Bureau of Land Management right-of-way issued in 2020. Next. So a complicated project, and it really highlights the long lead time for some of these projects, and particularly of this size. I won't go through all of these. Just to give you an idea, we have more than 100 conditions of approval in the FERC license for environmental protection, and developed very much in response to comments that we received throughout all of the permitting, environmental review, and licensing process from all of the surrounding agencies, including the National Park Service, Bureau of Land Management, Bureau of Reclamation, all of the resource agencies, and ranging from night sky minimization in this area that reveres its dark skies to historic properties management, every kind of biological resource management plan you can imagine, and water quality, so that we maintain the water quality in the reservoirs equivalent to the groundwater that we use to fill. Next. Relative to the mine land program, you saw in the video thousands of jobs by being able to use the solar power that now is curtailed for our pump back power. We generate clean energy and offset what otherwise would have been used to produce that peak energy on demand, which has been natural gas peakers traditionally. Obviously a changing environment in California. Relatively low cost, and the variable speed turbines that give us the ability to avoid or minimize the curtailment of solar energy. Next. That's the end of my presentation, and I thank you for that and look forward to your questions.
Great, thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that. So we have a couple questions. We'll address those after Jay goes next. So as Ying-Chi's pulling this up, Jay Anders is the Chief Operations Officer for Ride Development, which is a leading developer of new low-impact hydropower energy generation and energy storage in the United States. He also serves on the National Hydropower Association's Board of Directors. Jay will be giving a presentation on the Lewis Ridge Pump Storage Hydropower Project, which is a closed loop above ground pump storage project proposed for development in Bell County, Kentucky. So Jay.
Great. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate everyone joining us here today. Wonderful to see so many of you last week while we were out in Sacramento with NHA's Clean Currents. So today here to talk about Lewis Ridge, and I would start it off by saying we're really excited here at RYE that last week we actually filed our NOI and PAD for Lewis Ridge. So this project will continue to move forward through the licensing and permitting process. It's kind of one of the big initial gates we go through, and we're glad to share with it a little bit more about it today with you. You can go to the next slide. I'll share with you a little bit more about RYE, about what we do and who we are. RYE is a hydro development organization. We work at non-power dams and also pump storage. And we have a core group of about 13 of us who work here. Then we have a number of consultants that support our efforts across the United States. Right now, we have almost 25 FERC licensed non-power dam sites. We are supporting 2 projects in the pump storage world, one which has its license and another one that'll have its license here in hopefully about a year. Our Goldendale project, Swan Lake, has its license. We're hoping to break ground on that next year. Like I say, where are we going? We are very focused on pump storage and non-power dams. Pump storage is really a growing thing for us. We currently have several studies underway looking at additional sites, different places to do that. But today we're going to particularly talk about our Lewis Ridge. So if we can go to the next slide. There's a couple facts. I think when people talk about non-power dams or talk about dams, I think people know there are just thousands of dams out there, and there are 90,000 dams in North America, but yet less than 3% of them have hydropower at them. So every time you see a dam, you're not necessarily looking at a hydropower plant. I always share that just to let it be known that there's great opportunity here. Oak Ridge National Lab has some studies out. I'll show something here in just a moment, a slide from them, but also on the pump storage side of it. When we think about energy storage right now in the US, over 92% of all energy storage, all, batteries, whatever you want to talk about, whatever stores energy, but over 92% of it is from pump storage. And we have several projects right now, as Scott highlighted, that are being looked at here in the US. Worldwide, pump storage is really taking off over in China, over in Europe, several major construction projects. Here in the US, it's been almost 30 years since we constructed a relatively large new pump storage project. A lot of that's about economics. And, we are certainly at a position now that pump storage is really having a really great day. I had a slide here in the bottom. Scott's kind of shown some of the basics of pump storage. I have a picture here in a little bit that'll talk a little bit more about that. But, you know, more than anything else, we just need that differential in elevation. You know, sometimes a lot of people always ask, well, what is the minimum head? What's the maximum head? Well, the maximum, boy, we love, right? The more the merrier when it comes to head. You really like to have a really large delta in that elevation. But if you don't have a large delta, but you have lots of water, like say Ludington pump storage site, it only has an elevation change there of about 360 feet, but they have a significant amount of water. They have Lake Michigan as their lower reservoir, and they constructed a very large upper reservoir. So again, it's a tough question to answer is what's the minimum you need? Here at Rye, we try to look around 600, maybe 700 feet as a minimum. That way we don't have to make an overly large upper and lower reservoir. If we can go to our next slide. Well, a lot of times we hear people too, maybe that aren't totally familiar with pump storage or the non-power dam questioning, hey, you know, haven't we tapped all the hydropower here in the US? And quite simply, the answer is no. Now, Oak Ridge put out a study, and I'm sure Scott can put it up in a link to that, showing, actually, I think he just released the newest study showing about non-power dams, what's going on there, the opportunities that are available. But there's just tremendous sites all across the US to be looked at in non-power dams. And the other right-hand side of the slide really looks at closed loop pump storage sites. Again, people say, well, there's no really good place to make them. And I really appreciate Scott in his presentation highlighting some of the newer ways of doing pump storage. And right now, obviously, a lot of the sites that are shown on this slide focus on places where we have, you know, significant elevation change, the Rockies, the Sierras, the Appalachians, and other type mountain ranges on the eastern and western parts of the country. But even in the central US, people are now looking at use tunnel boring machines underground to dig a lower reservoir and bring that the dirt from the lower reservoir to help make an upper reservoir. So significantly changing places where we can put pump storage at. Next slide. This just more of a picture here talking about, you know, as you can sort of visualize when we talk about a pump storage plant. You know, when we talk about land usage, I know that's a really big thing. I think in the earlier presentations, you may have heard like for 1 megawatt of solar, we need about an acre of, you need like 6 acres of land, maybe 7 for 1 megawatt. Our Lewis Ridge site, our 2 reservoirs and the penstock that connect them is less than 50 acres of land usage that we need. Obviously now the transmission to getting to it, there's obviously additional land usage there, but I think everybody has that, right? You got to get it transmitted somewhere. Right here, we're just showing you the upper reservoir. We need some access roads. We have the penstock that connects the upper reservoir to the lower reservoir. The penstock, yeah, right, just a very large pipe. That's all that is. When I say large, I think it could be anywhere 10, 16 feet in diameter, some places even larger. And we come down to our powerhouse that is right there where our lower reservoir is. This particular photo shows a above ground reservoir, an above ground powerhouse. And also we have the penstock. Sometimes the penstock gets buried. Sometimes the powerhouse is inside of a mountain. Once that starts happening, again, your land usage even goes down more. Again, just a typical photo to help us get in our mind what a pump storage plant actually would look like. On to our next slide. So I want to spend the rest of my time talking about here today is our Lewis Ridge pump storage project. It's down in, as Scott mentioned, down in Bell County, Kentucky. This is the land is all owned by one landowner. What they've been doing there for several years now is mining coal. They've, I'll show some drawings here in a moment that really show the excavation of what they've done there and how much coal they've taken out and everything, and the total land that they've acquired, and then kind of what we actually need for our project. But it's going to be a 287 megawatt project. We'll have 2 units there in our powerhouse. The reservoir, it's going to be an RRC, and a lot of that has to do with the way the topography is. One great thing about working at Lewis Ridge and working at a mine site in general is they're just wonderful geotechnical information. These miners have been there for years, working the land, learning about it, and they've been great partners to go in and work with. That's who we work with right now on this site, is the folks that actually operate this mine. folks in Bell County, they're excited about what we're coming to do there. Very supportive of the project. Our penstock is a little less than 4,000 feet long. And again, that's one of those economic things you have to figure out, right? From your upper reservoir to your lower reservoir, how long of a penstock do you need? And then of course the transmission line, relatively close here. We have multiple options to get to some transmission lines. So we're really excited about that too. And again, getting to transmission, again, is one of those other large hurdles for pump storage, as it is for any renewable project. Our next slide. Again, showing on here when we talk about RRC, roller compacted concrete, the topography for our upper reservoir, we're right on top of a mountain. And so if we start trying to dig a reservoir or build up a dam, you end up sort of chasing yourself down the side of the mountain. So to maximize our elevation and to help with the economics, this is a picture of the Tomsock Reservoir. Again, just showing that this has been done before. It's nothing new. It's just a great way to take advantage of the total top of a mountain. Again, talked about our number of reservoirs, the penstock, the transmission, just trying to give more of a picture of what this site would actually look like. Next. These are a couple of the drawings out of our preliminary permit that we filed showing on the site itself, sort of the two reservoirs, the upper and the lower reservoir, the penstock that will connect them, the transmission line that goes off the site. Again, pretty small footprint for the project itself. Like I say, it's less than 50 acres for the entire project at this particular site. The next, if we go to the next drawings now. So we're showing now, this is the site. The green and the yellow are the existing bonds, the permits for the ongoing work. These are the active permits for the coal at the site. What it means is actually they're reclaiming these sites. And so, you know, they have to go and spend several years. They have to put up just tremendous amounts of money to help return this land to, I'll not say to its former view, because it's certainly not. You can tell there was something there, but certainly to get sort of grass growing, get some native grass growing in the area so it doesn't become, you know, all the water comes in and starts sort of causing lots of erosion and everything else. Our project, as you can see, is really right in the middle of everything that they are doing. The upper reservoir would be sort of the, I can't do my mouse, but sort of the, let's call it the top purple circle. And then the bottom right there in deep in that green is our lower reservoir. And then we have the transmission line that takes off. On the upper left, there's another lower reservoir site we were initially looking at, but we're since moving. We got greater change in elevation by going to the reservoir in the bottom part of the drawing, the penstock coming down the mountain as we're showing it there. So this right here is sort of the surface area drawings, if you will. Now, if we go to the next drawing, all the red here shows all the mining activity that has occurred on this site. And I really wish you could envision this in 3D, because I'll talk specifically to our upper reservoir. They've done a lot of surface mining there, but there's also been considerable underground mining. So again, we had to get all the geotechnical information and really get a level of comfort that all the various seams that they've gone in and mined, that we can still have good stability in the land, that the geology is not compromised. And again, by working with the mining companies there, working with their geological team, really we're able to site these reservoirs at a spot that is really going to be quite stable for us. We're still going to have to go in. We'll line all of our facilities. We don't want to lose the water or anything like that. But what you can see is this is a really highly compromised site. And so by us going in, from a permitting standpoint, it's a lot easier. Folks are excited that we're coming in and reclaiming this site instead of it just being, you know, a bunch of weeds and boulders and, you know, the way they reclaim a mine site. We'll be able to go in and actually give it a great clean energy usage for, you know, as we like to say in the hydro community, it'll become a forever asset. This plant, we look at a lot of the pump storage plants that are operating now, several of them over 50 years of life. Several hydro plants, well over 100 years of life. So as we're looking at this asset, it's going to be there for an incredibly long period of time. And so it really makes the investment in this site wonderful. I think about our Raccoon Mountain project, really close to where I live here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. They have picnicking and biking facilities and bike trails all over the mountain where the pump storage plant is located. We envision some of that same stuff. We're working with SOAR in Eastern Kentucky, an organization looking to advance and reclaim these sites, get more business into the area. Lots of construction workers will be needed for the construction of the project, certainly long-term operation and maintenance of the facility will really help this area. They've really lost a lot of jobs with the coal as it continues to, the industry leaves this area. And so now we're coming in to really help out that one. Let's go to the next slide. Some of the challenges, obviously it's a long lead time for everything we're doing on these pump storage projects. I say that because the licensing process, it's just several years. We've been at this over a year already. We have several years in front of us, probably 4, maybe 5 more years just to get through that aspect of it. The upfront capital, these are almost $1 billion projects. So there's a lot of investment there. A lot of the NGOs just view of coal. They don't like coal. They think we're there. So sometimes they just don't like us just because we're going on a coal mine. So a lot of education required there. Appreciate all DOE's effort. The site feasibility, the site conditions, that's, again, it's been a challenge. It's not like you can go to a nice green field and pick everything you want. Here, it's been a lot of homework we've had to go through. And some of the liability issues, of going on to an old mine site, who takes over that long-term liability. So those are some of the things we have to deal with. Next slide. But there are a lot of advantages, the site control and ownership. We're dealing with one owner. He owns all this land and it makes it great to work with him. Information is readily available. There's not a lot of people. If you go and you have several landowners that you're dealing with, any one of them can just say no, not sell you as land, not sell you as part of the project. Really can be a real challenge for you. Outstanding local support. I mentioned that earlier, but it truly is. We go up there and we just have folks just willing to help us out in any aspect of the project, whether, community outreach, media outreach, because they see the jobs that we are bringing. It's very cost effective. We're having, again, dealing with one owner, dealing with a site that's already been compromised. It makes it going through the regulatory and permitting process a bit easier for us too. It is clean energy infrastructure. There's no major toxic waste or recycling issues. Somebody else is already having to deal with that. And some of the other positive aspects you can see there on the screen. But I think more than anything, when we look at the projects at the mine sites, RI is very, very excited about this. We are continuing to look for more sites. Via the opportunity to share in Knoxville a few weeks ago, people have been reaching out to us. So we continue to work and grow in this sector. We would love to probably have a lot more of our pump storage projects on these mining locations, just due to the very many positive aspects of it. Next slide. So yeah, that's it for me. So my contact information, Jay Anders here at RI. Would love to hear from you if you have questions, of other sites, we'd love to work with us. Scott, appreciate you having me on here today.
Great. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Jeff and Jay. Appreciate the presentations. So we're coming up close to time, just have a couple minutes, and we do have a few questions in the chat, but I think we can go into this in more detail in the energy storage breakout. So Jay, you already touched on the first question, elevation differential. You said 700 feet or above is sort of what you're targeting in most cases for it to be economically viable. So there were a couple questions from Stephen here about floating solar being used, so like hybrid schemes. I know some national labs have been looking at that. If anyone has URLs about that research, if they want to drop them in the chat, that would be great. I don't have the specifics. I do know it would minimize evaporation. There's water quality trade-offs with that as well, different environmental trade-offs with that, depending on how much of the reservoir is covered with floating solar. But there are active studies in that area.
Can I add to that, Scott?
Yeah, absolutely.
It was brought up for our project as well. And, the fluctuation of the elevation of the reservoir and the changing surface area as you draw down the water, of course, much smaller surface area. So that's what you'd be designing for, is that minimum footprint. And in our case, that's 48 acres. You assume 6 to 8 acres for each megawatt of solar. You're talking about 7 megawatts of solar is all you would be able to do there. So not very much. We did look into that, and you're right that it's got a lot of problems. We also looked at other ways to control evaporation. Difficult to do out in the desert, and especially in the windy environment that we have.
Yep. Great. Yeah, thanks for adding that. So we're right at time. Jeff, if you go to the Q&A, there were a couple of questions, one from Jay, one from Tim, that were specific to your presentation. So if you don't mind going in and typing in your answers for that, that would be great. So yeah, Jay, Jeff, thanks again. And Yingxi, I guess we're going to move to a break just before the breakout session.
And Scott, Yingxi, thank you both very much.
All right. Take care, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks. This is Pat. And you can see the slide that Yingxi just posted. It's showing how to get to the technology breakout sessions. Are going to be happening in 10 minutes from now. And so please, we'll leave the Zoom webinar meeting that we've been in. And in 10 minutes time, we'll be joining the breakout session. So we'll leave this up posted so people can refer to it. If you can't find it in your emails, it shows the meeting ID and the passcode. And then once you're in that Zoom session, you'll select one of 6 technology rooms. We'll be doing that for about an hour. And then we'll come back to the Zoom webinar. So enjoy the break over the next few minutes. And we'll see you in the technology breakout sessions at 12:10 West Coast time, 3:10 East Coast time. Thanks very much.
Hey, Pat, can you drop that link in the chat, or have you already?
I have already done it.
Okay.
So it's in the
Okay.
chat. You can just click.
Thank you.
Great.
This is just a reminder that the breakout rooms are starting right now. So in the chat, you can see a link for the Zoom link to go to the breakout room. So click that. If you're having technical issues, feel free to drop, your issue into the Q&A. I'm monitoring that. You could also raise your hand and I'll unmute you and you could talk to me directly. So let me know if you're having issues getting over to the breakout rooms. Thanks.
Okay. So getting people coming back, and when everything is appropriate, Jillian, we can go ahead and I can start sharing the sort of the summary observations from the 6 different breakout sessions. And then Sharon can share her poll results with the team as well.
Yeah, sounds good. Let's wait 1 more minute for folks to come back in. We have about 60 participants, and so maybe a few more will join.
Okay, great. I'll wait another minute, and I'll just bring up my first slide so people can see that we're almost ready. So we good to go?
Yep, let's go. Let's get started.
Okay, great. So thanks everyone for participating in our breakout sessions on different technologies. And I just wanted to share with you the highlights from the different discussions that ensued from those breakout sessions. So sorry, I'm trying to get this to advance. And okay, so we had breakout sessions on geothermal and subsurface thermal energy storage, on microgrids, on advanced nuclear technologies, on fossil fueled electricity generation with carbon capture, sequestration, and storage, otherwise known as CCUS, and direct air capture. We also had a breakout session on solar, and then finally a session on compressed air energy storage and pumped storage hydropower. So the highlights from the geothermal and subsurface thermal energy storage breakout discussion was focused on a number of different topics, really centered around community engagement and education. One of the comments was that early community outreach is really important for a project, and this helps to identify what the community is really looking for and to gain community acceptance. One other comment was that if you're looking at not just high temperature geothermal for power generation, but if you're including low temperature geothermal is everywhere. And the challenge may be not in identifying the resource, but identifying economic applications for the use of that resource. In small communities where you're going to have pretty small projects, you may want to aggregate projects amongst multiple communities to make these projects economically viable. And that's something that came up in one of our earlier workshops as well, as the idea of aggregation. Topic of education, it's really important to make people aware of geothermal options, and that additional funding may be needed to help support outreach and education efforts. Another comment was made that geothermal could be used for cooling purposes. One could be for cooling active mine workings, and another one is that you could use cold water that's impounded either in a flooded mine or in an open pit. It could be used to dump heat from an existing district heating cooling system. An example is the EPIC system in Wisconsin. Water quality issues may be a concern as you heat the water up. If it gets oxygenated, you could start transporting metals. You may have issues with low pH water from some of these mines as well that could pose an issue with drinking water and shallow aquifers. And so taking that into consideration is really important. And then one other comment is that if you're looking at low temperature geothermal resources, you may actually capture a wider range of expertise and opportunities. You need mechanical engineers, you have HVAC systems, HVAC systems, you're going to need geosciences, but also social sciences for outreach and for dealing with all the policy and legal issues as well. In microgrid, there are just a few highlights that were captured. One is that what is the definition of a microgrid, and really thinking broadly. Another discussion was that if you're going to be expanding with electrical vehicles, if you have microgrids associated with buildings, that building infrastructure could be used to help power and recharge those vehicles. And another thing is that we think of microgrids as being completely isolated, but if you do have some interconnection to the grid that's going to be sporadic, engagement with utility companies is really important. For advanced nuclear technologies, one of the challenges is that most of these systems require water. They all require currently water for cooling. In many parts of the country, water is scarce and may be challenging to obtain. And so air cooling may be a technology that could be utilized in the future. And then the big thing is public acceptance. Local populations have voiced opposition to nuclear power at any scale, and if it's in their backyard. And so that's going to be a big challenge going forward for these types of projects. For carbon capture and storage and direct air capture, one of the questions was posed, would this potentially include CO2 capture from industrial producers such as cement plants and fertilizer plants, things like that, if they're located near or adjacent to a mine site? Would negative emissions from weathering of mined tailings be covered under this particular program? People have noticed when they're looking at different types of databases that they found on the web for different government agencies, some of these sites seem to be either incomplete or out of date. And how can these databases be brought up to so that they're updated and complete with information? And then another suggestion was using direct air capture along with carbon sinks on mine lands, so you could have multiple or hybrid uses of these types of facilities. There were a lot of discussion in the solar group. Sounds like it was the most popular, widely attended group. How to handle capped fill. One of the suggestions was working with state regulators to preserve the integrity of the capped fill. Another thing is how to keep the vegetation down so that it doesn't grow around at your solar arrays. One of the suggestions was benching slopes. Another thing is if you deny nutrients and sunlight and water, plants don't grow. And some of these could be accomplished by adding mulch to keep the sunlight from reaching the ground surface, and then having drainage to keep the water from being around as well. The idea is don't use things that are like things that would kill the plants. That's putting poison is not very all that green. And then another question is what types of innovations can be used in terms of the technology and in the siting. One was the suggestion was bifacial PV. Another one is combining systems with storage, so you have both power generation and storage. And another thing was considering the customer side of the meter as well. One of the things that was mentioned earlier is what is the end of life issues with deploying solar, and that the performance period of most solar panels is about 25 years. You could refurbish it by putting in new panels, or you could, if you remove it at the end of its lifetime, having a disposal and recycling plan is really important. And you could manufacture panels so that all the components of the panels can be recycled, not just the steel components. And then how do you value these particular projects? And if you're avoiding deploying solar panels in environmentally sensitive areas or wetlands, how do you capture those values when you put it in a mine land? And what is the incentive of a mine owner to do these types of projects? And then one last thing is looking at innovative technology, using tree waste to fill up holes, cover with soil. And then I think we've got one last set of comments here on the compressed air energy and pump storage hydropower highlights. One of these technologies, one more or the other, more appropriate for use at a mine site. What is the potential capacity for energy storage and deployment in mines for both of these options? It seems like what we've heard, from the case studies, and from the discussion in the breakout session that the technical issues are not the main challenge. It's more about community acceptance and economics. And it seems like also permitting, that given that we heard that these projects take, a decade to get all the permitting needed, that makes it really challenging to get these things to go forward. One of the comments was seeing that really need to reach out to the communities at the early stages. In some communities, there may have been tragedies in some of these underground workings, and people don't like the idea of using the underground workings for this particular purpose, but other mines may be appropriate. And then having hybrid systems that you may be bringing up hot water from deep in the mine, as well as just water itself with its potential energy. And that hot water could have ancillary benefits for the community as well. So I'm going to then switch over to Sharon, who's been compiling all the polling results. So I'm going to stop sharing and turn it over to her. So let me just end the show and stop sharing. So Sharon, if you're on and ready.
I'm here. Sorry.
Okay, perfect. I knew you had you had the hardest thing to do. You had to compile.
I'm just making sure I get the right screen up. Can you see my screen?
Perfect.
Now?
Yep. So,
okay. So it should be okay. So hopefully I did this correctly.
Yep, it looks good.
Look good. Okay, so we sent out the same survey to all the sessions and then separate them out. There were responses per session here. And so the surveys are still open. So if you're still wanting to respond, you can. If you need the link, just let us know. So this is the first question, which was which drivers would motivate you to develop a clean energy project on a mine land site? So questions were kind of all over the place, and for each section, the most responses we got, I think, were 8. So maybe this is, but total of 37 responses recorded here. So the first blue is government incentives, orange sustainability goals, community and economic development, siting issues, energy prices, existing infrastructure, skilled workforce, developed land, natural resources, job creation, electricity needs for mines, and other. So this is the spectrum we got. Slight differences in each section. So any questions about that or comments?
And I think people who are listening on can post questions in the Q&A. So we did get a comment that abandoned mine databases are a mess. So that's, I think, goes back to the overview presentation. So keep on going, Sharon.
Okay, so this is the first question. So I'll move on to the next one. What obstacles would discourage you from developing a clean energy project on a mine land site? So here's the list. I won't list all of them. Looks like in geothermal, long-term liability and legal issues are standouts. Microgrids, regulatory risks, advanced nuclear technical risks, CCUS and DAC, we had regulatory again. Solar, looks like the winner was safety risks for solar, which I have a question about, but wasn't a lot of response from the solar group. And then for energy storage, economic viability seems to have been the most popular response for that. Any questions or comments?
So one of the comments is that people didn't have enough time to respond to the survey. So as Sharon mentioned, the surveys are still open. So if you didn't finish responding, you can continue to use the link and fill us in, and we'll update these slides as we get more responses.
Yes, and if you need the links, just
can you post it back in the Q&A too?
Yeah.
Great.
Yep. Okay, so the next question we had was, what would make clean energy projects on mine lands economically feasible? I think government incentives was probably the most popular in each section. And second by energy prices.
And streamlined permitting seems to be pretty high too.
Yeah, streamlined permitting, but pretty even across the board in most of them. There needs to be a lot of support for these projects, I guess, in lots of different directions. So any comments on that? Let me know. Okay, for some reason the forms decided to put these in pie charts instead. I'll figure that out. So what are the key elements of clean energy demonstration projects on mine lands that could help them be replicated successfully elsewhere? So this is using, I guess, the case studies. So I think it was pretty evenly split on all these: similarity to mine land sites, transparency around project risk management, standardization of project development, and well-documented demonstration projects. So those are all needed. I haven't looked through what the other responses were yet. All four of those things are needed equally. All these. So thank you. Any questions? Let me know.
Okay, so I think that's the last slide, correct?
Yeah, that is the last slide.
Okay. So I think we can turn it over to Jillian, Chris, and Sheila to sort of maybe chime in with some other overriding comments and questions. We've got 2 more minutes for this session, and then we'll do our closeout. So I don't know if Sheila, if you want to, if we can allow people a moment or two for Q&A, and then we can hop to the synthesis.
I'm just looking at kind of like maybe some of the Q&A posted. Yeah, like Pat mentioned, we can provide the links here today and even maybe again tomorrow during tomorrow's workshop. So if there is any kind of additional if you didn't get time to it, don't worry about it. It's open, and we'll rerun the numbers here and send that out also with our kind of distribution of the slides after the workshop. Does anyone have, I know we have a minute or so, but anyone have any last kind of comments or questions?
I don't see any open questions for me. Okay, links to the databases. And so that would be something that people would want to see. I know that one of the tasks that the national labs have as part of this initial effort for the Minelands project is to do some case study analysis, literature review, and also provide a series of tools that provide links to different available databases. I don't know if you want to say anything more about that, Sheila. You're on mute.
Thank you. Great point, Pat. That's definitely something that we've asked, your team as well as the other national labs that we're working with to kind of aggregate all the databases that are out there and kind of provide one central location of what the resources are. But as always, if you have ideas and feedback on tools that will be helpful for deploying successful projects, please let us know, whether it's through this Q&A or through today or tomorrow's workshop. If not, send us an email. But yes, that is one of the items that the team is working on.
Okay. So one thing in the chat, Sharon's posted the links to each of the surveys that were sent out to the 6 breakout sessions. So if you didn't have a chance to answer, please go ahead and click on that, and you can answer it later on today. One other thing that we're looking for feedback is, we know we've identified some of the databases, but are there data gaps that are really critical for being able to do these projects and design these projects effectively? And so we want to hear from all the stakeholders regarding any clear-cut data, missing information that can make these projects more successful. We have some questions about which databases do we have already. If Preston, if you're on the panelist and can talk, unmute yourself. Maybe you can talk about a little bit of that. We can also maybe bring this up during tomorrow's discussion as well.
Yeah, I don't have anything in particular to add at the moment, but I can prepare some comments for tomorrow if you'd like.
Okay, that'd be great. Because I know you're on the team that's working on that very topic. So it's it's good to have someone who knows more on the call. And it looks like we have one of the participants, Gebetos, has provided his email address saying that he can provide some assistance on locating some of these data sources as well. So that's great. We're trying to build a community, and that's really appreciate people chipping in and providing their expertise to this effort. So any last comments or questions from Sheila, you, Chris, and Jillian in terms of moving forward for today and then going forward tomorrow?
Yeah, I think we have one last kind of closing remarks slide.
Quickly, before we go to that slide, another question that just came into the chat. Prior to the FOA, should we be engaging in community outreach for proposed ideas? I would say yes. I think starting that groundwork early on is really important. It takes time to build those partnerships with communities. So if you have ideas about projects and want to make sure the community the project would be in, you want to make sure that community is engaged and that they're accepting of the project early on. So I would definitely recommend beginning those conversations earlier than later. Then we also had a hand raised, Dorothy. If you don't mind just using the Q&A function, it helps us. So if you could just type your question in the chat and we'll address it. Thanks.
Thanks, Jillian. So not to keep folks on longer than they need to be. I know it's been a very long day, a very long productive day. But once again, wanted to thank you all so much for participating in today's session. We really appreciate you all taking the time out of your busy days to be here and your interest in this exciting program. A quick couple of additional thank yous. I want to thank the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab for organizing today's workshop and tomorrow's, our various moderators throughout today's sessions, and for our amazing speakers and participants and you, our audience. We heard a bunch of great content today, and to kind of tie this back to OCED's Mineland program, as we went through today's, many presentations, we heard about examples of projects and challenges faced, from regulatory to project specific, and really want to continue that discussion. Like, that's the heart of kind of why we're having these workshops, is to hear from you, the folks who are out there doing this, what tools are helpful, what we need to make this program a success. So we want to continue hearing about your feedback on challenges that you faced, the solutions that you've implemented, and additional tools that would be helpful. So continue bringing those feedback, continue asking the great questions that you have been in the Q&A, and huge shout out to my colleague Jillian, who's been very quickly responding to these questions faster than I don't think anyone else can. It's extremely critical. Just, we hear your questions just because, as we kind of stated early on, we're still very much in the program design phase. And are really collecting your feedback so that we can take this into developing our FOA. Like I think Jillian mentioned previously, once the FOA releases out next year, we can't kind of have this direct dialogue and kind of like this input from you folks. So if, even after these workshops, if you think about other things that are helpful, if you think of challenges, please do not hesitate to the email that we posted up here, and get in contact with us, set up a listening session with us, and just kind of get your thoughts out to the team. So prior to handing it off to Pat to kind of go over some of tomorrow's logistics, we also wanted to leave you with a couple of links of some of the amazing resources we had mentioned at the very beginning of today's workshop. So it's both the technical assistance program that Jillian went over, and then our EJ Tic-Tacs program, which is, I guess, coming up due here soon, which Catherine went over earlier today. So once again, any questions, email us, bring your thoughts and more questions tomorrow. We will try to answer them as much as we can and as fast as we can. But once again, really just appreciate your time here and your thoughts and your questions. So with that, I will hand it off to Pat to go over tomorrow's workshop.
Yeah, so tomorrow we'll be logging in back to the Zoom webinar system. We'll start at the same time, 8 o'clock West Coast time, 11 o'clock East Coast time in the morning. And we'll begin with a community and economic development panel. And then that will be followed by a case study on solar power projects on former Appalachian coal land. We'll have a short break that will be followed by a mining and reclamation panel. Then we'll have a discussion on interconnection and power market. And then we'll wrap it up with a final review discussion and a closing synthesis. So as you can see here on the screen, we've now projected this schedule for tomorrow. So we really look forward to another exciting day of presentations and of interactions with the people on the virtual webinar. As Sheila was saying, this is a two-way street, that we're looking at providing information, but we're also looking at getting input and feedback from the community on how to best design this project and this program. So really appreciate everyone attending, and we look forward to an exciting day of discussion and presentations tomorrow. So any last questions or comments from the OCED team before we sign off?
Nothing for me, Jillian, Chris, any last parting words until we reconvene tomorrow?
No, I'd like to just say that, I think it's been a very productive day too. And for some of the questions that we didn't answer, I think tomorrow maybe I don't want to keep people, so we'll address a couple of those that I think might be key. So anyway, thank you.
Okay. And once again, thanks, Yingxi, for leading our whole effort today and for helping organize this webinar. It's a lot of work, and we really appreciate all of your efforts. So without further ado, we've got 1 minute. We'll let people go early, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.